Hey everyone, TJ here. Before we get into the episode, I just wanted to let you all know this is a long one. I'm sure you were already aware from the length in the description of the episode. I don't want you to get scared off because there are some great conversations in this episode. We had some great guests on, and I really want you to hear what they have to say. So, this is a great time to remind you all that you have the ability to choose your own adventure. We are listing timestamps in the description of the episode down below, and you can jump around to wherever you would like. And so, definitely encourage you to pause, take breaks, jump to the specific topics you're interested in, come back and get the most out of this without having to sit and listen to it all in one sitting. Do whatever works best for your schedule. That's why we put those timestamps in the description for you. But please do consider listening to the entire conversation because there are some good ones here. Without further ado, let's jump into episode 203 of the Waiting in the Sky podcast. All right, everyone, welcome to a new episode of Waiting in the Sky with TJ Starman. I am your host, TJ, and I am so excited about today's episode. It's St. Patrick's Day, so I should say top of the morning to you all. And in honor of St. Patrick's Day, I wanted to tie in a movie that really just embodied the spirit of the holiday. And, the first one that came to mind for me was The Luck of the Irish, which is a classic Disney Channel original movie. If you are not familiar with the term DCOM, then I am so sorry for you. DCOMs were such an iconic piece of Disney history. And for, 90s babies such as myself, were a huge part of us growing up and our experience. And so The Luck of the Irish is one of my favorites, and it's obviously ties into the holiday of St. Patrick's Day, themed around the Irish and leprechauns and all of that good stuff. Even more so, also has a strong emphasis on basketball. And this is the season of March Madness. So was the perfect movie for us to cover today. And I wanted to bring in someone who had some familiarity not only with The Luck of the Irish itself, but also with just the idea of DCOMs. And I was able to connect with BrianBrackets. Brian is over on both Twitter and Instagram, and he has been running these tournaments based on a bunch of different nostalgic categories of things. And he's currently, I should say he was at the time of this release. I believe that DCOM tournament has wrapped, but he was in the middle of a DCOM tournament. So Brian is the perfect person to bring on to this episode to talk about The Luck of the Irish. And he makes some great points, pointed out some things about the movie that I hadn't really thought about. And we had a really good back and forth. Super excited for you all to hear that conversation. If you've not seen the movie, I recommend it. It's a good, easy watch. It's available on Disney Plus, which I'm sure you all have access to, whether it's your own subscription or it's your second cousin's niece. Everyone has access to Disney Plus at this point. So it's worth checking out and then coming back to the episode if you'd like. If you don't really care, which I don't blame you, then feel free to listen to the episode. We do a good job of kind of breaking it down, the movie down as a whole. So you kind of get a full experience of it, and you get the commentary from myself and Brian as well. So absolutely a great conversation there in the first segment. And the second segment of today's episode is a doozy. This is where the real length comes in, and it's fitting because when you're talking about Final Fantasy, it tends to get heated. There tends to be a lot of back and forth, and Final Fantasy games tend to be a bit longer, so it's only fitting that this segment is a bit longer as well, right? So this is the Final Fantasy March Madness Sweet 16 bracket that I have teased in the last couple of weeks. I mentioned it in the last episode. Final Fantasy is such a prolific series that we could almost fill all 16 slots with just mainline entries. As it stands, we did have to substitute in Final Fantasy VII Remake in for the not yet released Final Fantasy 16. It would have been amazing if that game was out and we could talk about that in this tournament as well. Fortunately, it doesn't look like that one is coming out soon, but we can keep our fingers crossed. In the meantime, we have a lot of other games to talk about. We have Final Fantasy 1 through 15, as well as 7 Remake. And I had to bring in some experts because Final Fantasy is not my area of expertise. Fortunately, I was able to connect with a couple of guys who that very much is their area of expertise. So I was fortunate enough to bring on Wolfkinz and Solois of Highwind Herald, a Final Fantasy podcast. Absolutely amazing show. If you are a fan of Final Fantasy, I cannot recommend their pod enough. Great insight. They give some great opinions. Even if you're not like the deepest into the series, like myself, there's a lot you can take away from what they're talking about in their conversations. And, it's enough to, fire you up about the series a little bit too. Just listening to their show and preparing for this segment today got me to play through an entire Final Fantasy and complete it, which was a first time thing for me. So having them on was fantastic, but it just wasn't quite enough. So, I had to also tag in Richard as well. So Richard came in and joined us in that conversation. 4 of us breaking down the Final Fantasy series, putting them head to head. It's March Madness. So of course we have some upsets. We have some Cinderella stories. We had some surprises. If you're a big fan of the series, you might get a little upset with us at points. I promise this was not a scientific process necessarily. This was very much subjective to the 4 of us and our individual tastes, with the caveat that I personally haven't played the majority of these games. And so it is a little bit skewed. I'll make note of that and confess that much. But great conversation. Absolutely great conversation. I had so much fun with those 3 guys breaking down the Final Fantasy series, and it was just primed for this type of thing with the tournament. So staying in line with that March Madness theme of this episode, we had to get into it with Final Fantasy. So we're totally loaded on this episode. It's a long one. Like I said in the opening, please check the description if you want to jump into a certain conversation right away. You can just click on that timestamp and we will get you set up. And we're very conscious of time, and so we did build in some good pause break points in that conversation as well. So looking forward to it. Before we get into everything, all the excitement, I just want to ask everyone, if you've not already done so, please rate, review, subscribe, all of that stuff. I have not been doing a good job of asking for that on the episodes, and every YouTuber tells me that it does help to remind you. So I'm going to make that point here, and we'll see how it goes. But I am obviously just starting out, so any kind of feedback that you have to offer is going to be super helpful, and always appreciate anyone who's willing to share the show with a friend as well. But with that said, it's time to kind of shift gears and get things rolling with this episode. And the best way to do so is with probably everyone's favorite segment at this point, which is the dick pic with Richard Hewell III. Richard, welcome in. How are you doing?
I'm alive once again.
I'm pretty sure that was your response for at least the first episode, maybe the second one.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I know you just got back from a second viewing of the Batman. So if that's not
really
enough, if that's not enough to make you feel alive, I don't know what is.
It's that soundtrack. Oh my God, it's so good.
It is good. If you love,
it is on Spotify.
If you recall, did you ever see Forgetting Sarah Marshall?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you know how Jason Segel's character, he does like sound design for what's essentially like a CSI type show.
Yeah, he, like, makes the Seinfeld theme while they're talking about a guy getting something cut off, and it's absolutely hilarious.
It is, and he makes a comment in there that he hates his job because it's all ominous tones, and that's what the Batman soundtrack made me think of, just because it's so ominous, like everything, like you're pretty much just on edge and tense throughout
Man,
the
I mean,
entire
the main the
movie.
main the main theme is 2 notes. It's literally B flat and, A flat. Bum, 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 bum. That's the entire song over and over again, but it's just so good. But that but that
Simplicity,
but that's not
simplicity, bringing it
yeah,
out.
yeah, but that's not what we're talking about today. We're talking about Pokerman, or Pokemon as
We're
some
talking
people call
about
it.
Pokerman. Yeah, so it obviously we had this news at the time of the last episode, but we were already kind of rolling with our plans, but we couldn't let this go by. uh, Two new Pokemon games were announced: Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet, along with three starters. Obviously, they're not going to unveil the new games without showing us the starters as well. Richard,
Yeah, they
what were
tried
your
that once,
thoughts?
it didn't work out very well.
What were your thoughts when you heard about these games?
Well, I didn't get into Pokemon until a little bit later. I know I played through Sword and Shield a little bit, and I also went out and got Red recently. So I've been replaying them. I've been having fun with them. And I think what I'm noticing with Scarlet and Violet is a lot of people are really concerned that we're going to be going back to uh basically exclusive Pokemon per game. And right now, there's actually quite a few people. I've got a friend named Jimmy who gets really, 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 really heated about that kind of thing. Because I mean, we are in the year of our Lord 2022, and if we're being real, back in the day, they did exclusive Pokemon per game because they just didn't have the space per cartridge, or at least that's what they would say. If they really didn't have the space per cartridge, you couldn't transfer your Pokemon over and have all 151 on a single cartridge. So, and on all honesty, I think the real reason that they're doing it is just money. They like money. Everyone likes money, and it just seems kind of old to me. I mean, you have the technology to put everything on one game. Why you got to space it out like that? I mean, I know you like money, but I like, buying a game and having it be complete, which is a real rarity these days.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think they've pushed this narrative since the beginning that it, maybe there was kind of that technical aspect of it that they tried to kind of add as a support, but I think they generally made this argument that the whole point was to, get people to connect. So you have blue, I have red. Like we have to sit down together, plug in a link cable in order to trade over Pokemon, those exclusive Pokemon. And so that was like kind of the narrative that they established back then. And they have carried that every generation that they've done this with these exclusive Pokemon. But you are absolutely right. Like at a certain point, like once I started seeing them selling these combo packs of both games together for full price, and you got like a code for 100 Pokeballs in game, like it was very clear, like this is just about money. It has nothing to do. And so people buy those, and it's like, congratulations, you just bought the same game twice.
Oh, it gets even worse from there. Shining Pearl and Brilliant Diamond, or is it Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl? I don't even know because I haven't even played them. But the games themselves on both cartridges, it is the same exact file set. There's a line of code somewhere where you change a 0 to a 1, and boom, you have the other game. It is literally just a switch in the code, but it is literally the same game on all cartridges.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
do is flip a switch to make it one story or the other.
I didn't know that, and that is egregious. I
It's
think
terrible.
I think we can kind of give it a pat, like, because that's not Game Freak. Game Freak didn't develop those remakes, so maybe we can give them a little bit of a pass there. But I mean, it's still the Pokemon Company overseeing development. So
You wanna hear something even funnier? That game was developed in Unity.
Really?
I am dead serious. One of my friends told me the other day it was developed in Unity.
Very interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that might be citation needed. I don't know, but big if true, as some would say.
so it's a big year for Pokemon because we did have those remakes that released in that was in January, I believe,
I think so.
and then we rolled into February with the release of Pokemon Legends Arceus. I believe this is the timeline, the order of events. I don't know the exact release dates offhand, but for us to now get new games at the end of the year, so holiday 2022, is going to be insane. That means like 3 full-fledged Pokemon games, not new generations, obviously, but 3 full-fledged Pokemon games that are arguably mainline entries. Like remakes are technically mainline entries. Arceus like ties into the mainline. Like I don't know. You could call it a
I would
spinoff.
yeah, I would kinda consider it a spinoff. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say, but it's a good year to be a Pokemon fan, but honestly, I think a large part of it was just how development of everything got all screwy because of COVID. I think that they had all this stuff lined out ahead of time, but then COVID happened and just kinda shifted the development times of everything. Like, this is a kind of a strange example, but Top Gun: Maverick was supposed to come out in 2020. It's 2 years later. It's not even out yet, and
I
they're
forgot
still
about
playing
that
ads
movie.
about that. I know, it's ridiculous. And
Yeah, COVID obviously like it's a good point because it's still we're still seeing the effects of it. It's not over by any means, and so we're still seeing those types of effects. And if it's resulted in us getting all these Pokemon games in 1 year, like it's crazy. Like I'm very curious to see how these new games sell because in addition to there just being so many games this year, there's also just been a ton of Pokemon games in general. And for the most part, they're very strict to the same formula where they're just iterating on it a little bit. And people, obviously, Pokemon designs play a key role into how well each generation is received. So I don't know.
that's very true.
Is the formula getting stale? Is it been stale for a while now already, Richard?
The formula has been stale since Gold, and I know that's gonna be a controversial opinion for some people, but up until Pokemon's Legends Arceus or Arceus, I don't know how it's pronounced. Up until that game, Game Freak never really made a second Pokemon game. If anything, they were doing what Call of Duty is notorious for doing, taking the same engine, reworking it just a little bit, adding in some stuff here and there, and then re-releasing it for millions of dollars. Now, don't get me wrong, Pokemon is a hell of a lot more fun than Call of Duty ever is, but they're still guilty of the same kind of business practices.
Yeah, yeah. And it comes back down to it. We kind of led this topic off with it's money, right? And Nintendo is
Exactly
well
it.
known for milking their IP, and Pokemon is no exception, it seems.
Oh, yeah, that's 100% true. Now, I will say, with the release of Pokemon Legends Arceus or Arceus, whatever the heck, um, we're finally getting the shift towards true, honest to God, open world Pokemon. And I think that is going to be very fine and dandy because they kind of experimented with it in Sword and Shield. You had the big open areas in between towns. I mean, you still had some of the routes that were still pretty linear, but you did have the bigger areas that you could explore. And that was a good step in the right direction. And then Pokemon Legends came out, and that was an even better step in that direction. But I've seen better graphics on GameCube games, unfortunately. So it looks like with Scarlet and Violet, we're finally going to be getting that graphical fidelity of Sword and Shield with that same type of open world gameplay as Pokemon Legends. And I think that is going to be very nice.
Yeah, yeah. I have played a decent amount of Arceus so far. I say Arceus. I feel like I heard it at one point that was the correct, but I'm pretty sure it's like a literal 50-50
I've
split.
heard it so many different ways. I don't even
Yeah.
know anymore.
So I've played a decent amount of that game, and you're right. The way that it opens everything up does make it feel fresh. And I refer to that game as kind of being a cross between Pokemon Let's Go and Breath of the Wild. And I say that because the open atmosphere obviously is very Breath of the Wild inspired and rips it off in a lot of ways, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Breath of the Wild is a great game. Um, and then the Let's Go aspects of putting an emphasis on catching as opposed to just battling and training and things like that. Uh,
Yeah, for sure.
so I think there is room to iterate off of what they did in Arceus, and maybe bring some of those aspects to the tried and true formula, and maybe freshen things up, but still make it feel like a legitimate new generation Pokemon game. And I think that's kind of best case scenario for us to hope for.
Yeah, for sure. What I'm personally hoping for is a good, decent twist on the open world formula because I'm going to say prior to Breath of the Wild, every open world game that was coming out was pretty similar. And that dates all the way back to Minecraft. Minecraft blew up and became really, really popular. And then ever since that day, you have a billion Kickstarters and a billion indie games per year that are added onto Steam. And that's always like survive, craft, explore an open world. And it's all just the same thing over and over and over. And it just gets tired and boring. And and then Breath of the Wild comes along and is like, okay, it's gonna be an open world and you can survive and craft, but it's good. And then people said, "What?" Like it was they everyone turned to Tim Allen for a second. And it was an absolutely beautiful, beautiful little moment. But now every open world game is becoming Breath of the Wild. So if Pokemon can come along and have the same kind of impact on the open world genre as Breath of the Wild, that would be much appreciated because I'm getting really tired of open world games that are just the same mechanics over and over again. It's just so stale.
Yeah,
And Pokemon's already been trying to overcome stale, so if you're combining stale with even more stale, that's just fail.
and it rhymes, so that's true.
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
I
So
I
the
I had to plan that out for, like, 3 hours in advance.
so the games industry is very much like a copycat industry. Like, one developer is going to see something that either they liked when they played another game, or they just see. And most of the time, this would be like an executive seeing how well received certain elements of a game are. And so they're going to mandate, hey, our game needs to be like this. Like, I want it to look like this. And that's where the lack of originality, I think, comes from. And if Pokemon, which is one of my favorite game series and just one of my favorite IPs, obviously it's huge worldwide, not just in video games, but in the amount of merchandise that they sell as well. If they obviously have resources to come up with unique ways of expanding their games, like you were saying, like making it feel like a unique open world experience. And if they can do that, then I think they'll win over a lot of the audience that is older now, that is our age, that grew up with like the originals, that have kind of fallen off in the past years. Because it seems like there are some casual fans where I'm probably more casual with the Pokemon series at this point. Like, I didn't play through Sword and Shield until just this past year, um, in the summer. So like I wasn't all gung ho to get through it right away. Or there's the competitive people, but there's no real other area. Like, you're not getting everyone to jump on board at this point. People who had been on board with Pokemon in the past. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and honestly, that kinda comes down to Nintendo's support of what they consider to be evergreen titles, and we're getting to a point where I would say that just gamers are kinda tired of seeing Nintendo do the same thing over and over, which they're pretty notoriously guilty of doing. Like, I mean, all the Mario games, like, don't get me wrong, Super Mario Galaxy was great, Super Mario Sunshine is one of my favorite games of all time, but it's hard to have good twists on such a classic formula while trying to keep it fresh for a new audience. And these people that have grown up with it, they're kind of over it at this point. That's why you got a lot of these older Pokemon fans that just get so bored with the game so quickly.
Yeah, it definitely is a tough ask, and I think that's actually a good transition point, Richard. You know what else is a tough ask?
What's that?
Picking your starter Pokemon.
Oh, that is tough. That is very tough.
So I wanna give everyone, obviously the question is, of the 3 new announced starters, which one are you leaning towards? But before we get to that, how about we do a quick run through of our history of starter Pokemon? How's that sound?
Sure, I'm down.
All right, cool. Gen 1, obviously Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle, the big 3. Who was your original starter?
Actually, the last time I played Red, I picked Bulbasaur.
Very nice.
Yeah, I actually didn't growing up, I actually didn't know anyone who picked anyone but Charizard. And so going out of my way to actually pick Bulbasaur felt very strange. But honestly, Bulbasaur is pretty good early on in the game, so it was a pretty solid pick.
Oh, totally. Yeah, I went with Squirtle from day one, uh, and I've always been pretty loyal. I've played through Gen 1 and Gen 1 remakes like multiple times at this point, but for the most part, like at least 50% of my playthroughs are with Squirtle as my starter. So that's interesting. We both dodged Charmander, which I think is probably the most popular, even though they've all kind of gotten a lot of love over the years.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So moving on to Gen 2 and Gold and Silver. Did you play? Are there any generations you missed? I should ask before we run into all of them.
Mm, So I've played Pokemon Red and I have played Pokemon Sword. So
Okay.
I have basically missed everything else.
All
But
right.
I do have a big list of starters pulled up right now, so I will pick them on the fly
Okay.
if I need to.
Let's do it. I think that's actually super fun. I'll go first with Gold and Silver, and I went with Cyndaquil my first time around. This is another one where I have bounced through them all as I've replayed over the years, but Cyndaquil was my original, and that's what I rolled with. Of the three, which stands out to you?
I would also have to say Cyndaquil just because he's cute.
Yeah, Cyndaquil is super cute. I remember in Gold and Silver, like there was the cloning glitch, where you had to like deposit a Pokemon into the PC, and then you were like turning off your console while it was saving or something. Like it was kind of complicated, but my cousin showed me how to do this, and we cloned our, I think it was his level 100 Typhlosion, which is the third evolution of
That is
evolution of
disgusting.
yeah, of Cyndaquil. And it's just one of my memories of that generation for sure. So then Gen 3, which would have been the Hoenn games. And so I went fire again with this one, and I went with Torchic over Trico and Mudkip my first time around.
Interesting. I would probably have to go with Mudkip specifically just for the memes.
Yes, the meme, the legend of Mudkips, and people that you have heard like Mudkips. Uh,
Oh, I will say though, Trico is just T-posing on everyone, and that's some pure alpha energy right there if I've ever seen it. So I
that's
mean,
true.
it's it's pretty tough. I mean, the meme potential for Hoenn is quite strong.
Oh, for sure. And Trico in the anime too was like kind of a badass. If from what I recall, and that's kind of where I fell off of the anime, but I definitely remember Trico and his evolutions were all pretty badass, and they were like kind of like the sheriff in the ghost town where he rolls in and he's gonna clean things up. That's what
Fun.
Trico was. So then Gen 4, which we just got the remakes of, sees the Sinnoh lineup, which was Chimchar, Turtwig, and Piplup. And this one, so this started my line of starters, which this one I went with Chimchar. So I did fire 3 times in a row at this point.
Interesting.
He's just a fire like monkey that like looked like does karate. So firefighting at this point was a unique typing, and also in the Sinnoh games, notoriously the original Diamond and Pearl did not have a deep selection of fire type Pokemon. So if you didn't choose
Okay.
Chimchar, you were kind of screwed.
Oh wow, that kind of sucks.
Yeah, there was only like 4 fire type Pokemon that were accessible outside of that.
Oh,
And maybe there was some
super
more in
weird.
the post game, but that's the post game. So out of
Interesting.
the 3, this you've not played them, so just like first impression, which one would you roll with?
I don't know. They all look like they kind of suck. I hate to say that, but if I had to pick one, I'd probably go with Turtwig just because Torterra looks pretty cool.
Torterra is one of my favorite Pokemon. I did one of those things where it was interactive, where you selected your favorite Pokemon of each type, and I selected Torterra for grass because he is awesome. So definitely one of my favorites. I've grown to appreciate him after my initial playthrough of Gen 4. So then 5 was kind of Gen 5 was where I took a break from Pokemon because I just was so confused by Gen 5, which is funny because now that I have played it, it is still very much in line with that formula. It just like was presented so differently. And of these 3, they went with another firefighting line, which was Tepig, and then they had Snivy, and they had Oshawott. So these ones were a little more interesting. I my run on fire starters isn't over yet because so I should say when I initially first tried to play this generation, I did pick Snivy because I knew that I had been picking fire types this entire time. But then I gave up on that game very quickly. And so my first true playthrough, I did choose Tepig. And Embor is actually super powerful, like once you get him leveled up in that game. So I wasn't disappointed. Of those 3, any of them stand out?
Um, well, I just gotta say, Snivy looks real smug. Like they just look like they do not care about anything. Um, I'd probably have to go with Oshawott on this one, just because he's got like a little shell. And I mean, how can you turn that down?
And he has a like a signature move called Razor Shell. That's kind of tied into that shell too. So nice, nice choice. I can respect that for sure. And those grass starters just have that energy, I guess.
I mean, honestly, they do. I mean, first you got Trico just T-posing on people, and Snivy's just smug.
This is Gen 6. This is another one I came back to way after the fact. And I'm actually totally blanking on the names. You have the names in front of you, right?
Yes, I got Chespin, Fennekin, and Froakie.
Yes. Okay. So at this point, I knew I didn't want to go fire again. And I also wasn't sold on Fennekin. Fennekin is cute. But then like Delphox, I think, is the final evolution. I wasn't big on that. So I did go with Froakie because Greninja is a legend.
Yeah, Greninja's a super good Pokemon, but I'm probably gonna have to go with Chespin on this one because he just looks like a real bro.
Chespin's cool. I didn't like aside from Greninja, the other 2 end evolution stages for Gen 6 were I don't know, I just didn't like them. And so it was a pretty easy decision for me despite liking all of the base forms of the starters. It just seemed obvious to me that I wanted to go with Froakie.
That makes
And
sense.
then Gen 7. Okay, Gen 7 is it that's not no Sword and Shield. So this is a Lola.
Yep,
All
that's
right.
the Alolan.
The Alolan starters. Okay, list those off for me because this is obviously where everything is not muscle memory.
Sure thing. I've got Rowlet, Litten, and Poplio.
Okay, so yeah, these ones were I think pretty good compared to Gen 6. And I just like the idea of having a flying type as a starter. Like so having it right off the bat with Rowlet. And Rowlet I think is awesome because then you also get a ghost typing in the end. So you get access to both uh well to all grass, flying, and then ghost ultimately. So Rowlet was what I ended up going with in Gen 7.
Interesting. I would so this one's kind of cool because they've all got really, really sweet final evolutions. Like, I mean, Linton turns into Incineroar. Incineroar was good enough to make it to Smash.
Yep.
And I've always heard really good things about Decidueye, but I think I'm gonna have to go with Popplio on this one because that Primarina is just such a cool evolution, and it's just such a far cry from how that Pokemon starts out.
Yeah, so majestic. It goes from this like clown seal thing into this like beautiful mermaid. So I get it. I get it. It's a major glow up for sure.
Yeah,
And
it's pretty
then
sweet.
well, I was gonna say last but not least, but it's not last anymore. But Gen 8. So Gen 8, they again, I'm gonna need you to remind me of these
Sure.
ones.
So we had Grookey, Scorbunny, and Sobble.
Yes, yes. And these are probably the best design starters of like all of the generations that I forget about the starters. And this is another one where I just thought it was so, this one actually was tough, but I loved Grookey's design, and Rillaboom is such a cool final evolution. That's what I ended up going with, even though I do like Scorbunny's line, and Sobble's just as I wasn't as big on Sobble's line because it's just a little sad, like frog.
Yeah,
But
I will say though, Inteleon is a very, very good Pokemon. But as for this game, I actually went with Scorbunny when I played it.
very nice, very nice. And is Cinderace the final evolution?
Yes, that's Cinderace.
Okay, I do like Cinderace. I like that design of just this like I don't know, athletic fire rabbit. So it's pretty cool. All right, so this brings us to the newly announced starters for Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet, which are the grass type Brigatito. Brigatito. It's a
I think that's
grass
it.
cat Pokemon. Then we have the fire type. I think it's Fuecoco. I don't know if it's
Yep.
Fue or Few, but this is the Fire Croc Pokemon, which awesome. And then finally, the Water type starter is Donald Duck.
That's what I was gonna say. It's
I
great.
stole it from you. Quaxley, which I actually do like that name for a duck type Pokemon.
Yeah, I'm
Duckling
immediately
Pokemon.
yeah, I'm immediately going Donald Duck. I don't care. And I am going to name him Donald Duck.
Yeah,
Everyone is going to name him Donald Duck. It is just a given at this point.
yeah, it kind of has to be done. It's actually pretty tough because I have seen a lot of people jump on Fuecoco right off the bat, like it's a fire croc. Like I said, what's not to love about that? Quaxley is a cute design, and it's literally just a duck and has those similarities to Donald Duck with this like hat that it's wearing or whatever. But um, I don't know. I like Sprigatito because it's like just a cute little like dog, cat, fox thing. And Eevee's my favorite Pokemon, and this is like grass Eevee, but not Leafeon, who's dumb. So,
Yeah, that sounds about right.
so maybe I would go with that. I am gonna need to see the final stage evolutions before truly deciding, but that might be where I'm leaning right now.
So I will say this, one thing I'm noticing about the name, Sprigatito. So that is oh, come on, I just had it pulled up. Where is it? Oh yeah, so gatito is Spanish for kitten, and with fuego is Spanish for fire. So
Oh,
I'm willing to bet that Scarlet and Violet are gonna have some sort of Spanish flair to them.
that would make
Because I
sense.
mean, yeah, Sword and Shield kind of had like this English countryside look to them. So I'm willing to bet that Scarlet and Violet is gonna be fuego.
Yeah, yeah. And so in addition to that, they in addition to having the English kind of theme to Sword and Shield, the Unova games were very much based on America. With like one of the cities being New York City inspired, and then X and Y were French. So it would make sense for them to kind of venture into another real world region, and whether that would be I imagine it'd be Spain, but I mean, it could be Mexico or another, heavily Spanish speaking nation. Who knows? But it'll be interesting to get a little bit more information on these games as we get towards the end of the year and see if what they do to make things fresh and give us a reason to play them.
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome. Cool. So I'm glad we got a chance to talk about that, Richard. It was a good choice to bring that up. Um, and I'm excited to now transition into the rest of the show because like I talked about in the beginning here, we have some great conversations lined up, both with BrianBrackets and also with Wolfkinz and Solois of the Highwind Herald Final Fantasy podcast. So stick around. Right after this break, we're going to jump right into the Luck of the Irish with BrianBrackets. Okay, I am so excited to be joined by BrianBrackets over on Twitter and Instagram. He has been running these tournaments of just nostalgia topics in general for the last couple of years. And he seemed like the perfect guest to bring on to talk about one of my favorite Disney Channel original movies, The Luck of the Irish, because he's currently running a DCOM tournament on both Twitter and Instagram. Brian, welcome in. How's it going?
Thanks for having me, man. How you doing? I'm doing okay. This is gonna be fun. It's been fun so far. I'm looking forward to see the ending of it.
Well, I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. It means we're not the worst podcast hosts. But yeah, I'm doing great. I'm excited to talk about a little bit of nostalgia here with the Luck of the Irish and DCOMs in general. So before we get into that, though, do you want to talk a little bit about how you got into doing your brackets in general?
Yeah, sure. So a couple years ago, I mean, when we were all in quarantine, everyone was kind of bored. I was getting bored. And I think in like late May, early June, I was like, you know what? I'm going to make these brackets of just like nostalgic topics. I mean, they could be niche, they could be general. Some of them are like more current and maybe they're not as nostalgic. And, I started out with Disney Channel original movies and, it was kind of a hit. It didn't get a ton of voters, but, I started to do a few more. Like I did like Nickelodeon shows. I did pop punk bands from like the early 2000s. And, I just started going on these random topics and it kind of spread a little bit. People started sharing it on Instagram and adding it to their story. And I was just like, okay, this is cool. This is cool. And it's just like, it's not big, but, it's kind of just it's like a little community of people that are just voting on random stuff. And, it's kind of fun. And even though like, a lot of things are open right now and, being back at work and everything, I was like, I'm going to still try to keep it going. So, here we are a couple years later, and this is the second go around with the DCOM bracket because I wanted to see what it was like with more voters. And but yeah, I've enjoyed doing it. And I've in the middle of it, I've like kind of just made it a brand, and got a new logo, got some merch, and it doesn't sell, but people enjoy the voting. So it's kind of cool just having a little brand, and here we are.
It's there though. They have the option.
They do have the option. Yes.
So making big moves is what I'm hearing, and having a lot of fun at the same time. People definitely love nostalgia, and they love putting some of their favorite things head to head and taking a stance on it. So it sounds like you got a nice little crossroads there. So I wanted to talk about the Luck of the Irish because not only is this episode releasing on St. Patrick's Day, but it's also March Madness themed. So we've got tournaments, we've got basketball in this movie as well. So the Luck of the Irish just seemed like a perfect talking point for sure. But there's obviously a lot of really memorable DCOMs from its heyday. So aside from the Luck of the Irish, Brian, are there any some of your favorite DCOMs that were released or any kind of memories in general? I know for me that the intro song was iconic, and I don't want to embarrass myself by trying to sing it, but go on YouTube and find this intro, Disney Channel original movie. Let's watch a Disney Channel movie. Yes. It's iconic.
I'm just like thinking about it, right? My goodness. I will say, to answer your question though, I think my favorite one overall is Brink, one of the OG DCOMs. I mean, you got Eric Von Detten in there, and you got, I mean, it just has everything. You got like the classic, like the feel good team Pup and Suds. You got
Yep.
freaking Team X Blades, and there's they're familiar faces when you see them in other stuff too. I think like this girl Christina Vidal, she's in other stuff too. That's another reason why I'm like, it's kind of nostalgic to see all the actors and actresses and all the DCOMs, and you like see where they like end up or something like that. But I think I would say Brink is on my probably my top 3. I like Smart House. Now it seems kind of real that there actually are smart houses. That's a little weird. Another Ryan Merriman one. Another Ryan Merriman film. So I think those are my 2. I mean, they're all everything on this list is really good. I'm looking at the bracket right now, and I'm like Even Stevens movie was a good one.
Oh, classic.
Yeah, man. But I will say, Luck of the Irish. I think it's up there. It's not my favorite. I mean, Brink, I think, is got to be my number 1. But maybe it's just the sports fandom in me.
It's the soul skating, bro.
Yeah, it's soul skating. Yes, that's true. Good point.
Brink is a good one. I definitely have my own memories of Brink. And you said the Team Pup and Suds that stands out in my memory. I don't know why really, but
I actually got a T-shirt last year of that. I was like, what am I doing? I'm like, I'm in my late 20s. Why am I getting a Team Pup and Suds shirt? But you know what? It rocks. It does rock.
That's cool. Another one, kind of a sleeper DCOM that sits in my memory is Alley Cat Strike. Do you remember this one?
Yes.
It's the bowling one.
Oh, I do. Yes, and I made that a 3 seed in this bracket. I don't think.
Okay.
I think in both of them, in both of the versions of the bracket, they got a second round exit. They got upset by their 6 seed. I think it's great just because, I mean, there's just a vibe in that. Kaylee Cuoco too. Kaylee Cuoco from Big Bang Theory. She's actually in that movie.
I did not know that. That's interesting.
You wouldn't recognize her either. I don't. She looks very different. So
she's probably a little kid at that point.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. But Alley Cat Strike, I do enjoy that. That was a really good one. Be like, oh yeah, these guys, they just bowl, and then it just comes. It's like a coming of age story.
Right. And it's like that. It's the ending where they spin the ball and they get the 7-10 split. That's what really solidified that movie for me, and I'll never forget it.
It definitely did. And I will say that I think maybe a year or 2 ago, or whenever Disney Plus came out, and I watched that briefly, and I went to the ending, and I was just like, there's something wrong with this 7-10 split, because I think they do like a freeze frame, and they like have a narration at the end before it actually happens, and they change the position of the ball. It's a totally different shot. And
there was some funny business going on in that
some serious
spinny ball.
That's actually called Disney magic. Not funny business. It's all about the Disney magic. But
copyright Disney.
You can see that, and I was just like, oh, this is, as a kid that was so cool, but it got kind of ruined for me. But Alley Cat Strike, I think it holds up too. I'm a big fan.
Yes, that's my sleeper pick, and then definitely my favorite, without a doubt, is Johnny Tsunami. I loved the surfing and the snowboarding and the whole like the Outsiders thing they had going on the ski mountain.
It's like a social class. It's a social class drama, kind of.
Yeah.
I don't even. Yeah. It's something. The Skies and the Urchins, I think they call them.
The Skies and the Urchins. Yep. Exactly. And Lee Thompson Young was in that one.
Yep. Yeah, God rest his soul.
Yeah, rest in peace. But he did a lot of Disney stuff. Obviously, the famous Jet Jackson. And then they ended up making the sequel, which was called Johnny Capahala Back on Board, but it was about dirt boarding, which I didn't even know was a thing, but I still loved that they made a sequel to my favorite DCOM.
Yeah, that is funny. I do remember that getting released. I don't know if I might have seen it once or twice, but it wasn't instilled in my brain, I don't think. But I will say that first one, Johnny Tsunami that one holds up, and it's proudly a 1 seed in this.
Yes, bracket. as it should be. I would accept no less.
So proud. We'll see how far it goes. Right now, I think it's in the elite. So right now, just for clarification, we're in the Elite 8. This will probably be over by the way this airs, but I will say, Johnny Tsunami. We'll see if it makes the Final 4. It could make a quick run to the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. So Brian, I'm gonna kind of shift gears and we've teased it a couple times now, but let's get into the Luck of the Irish. But before that, let's tease it one more time while we're at it.
Sure.
Since this is all about head-to-head matchups, I have to ask you, the luck of the Irish is Kyle Johnson versus High School Musical's Troy Bolton. One-on-one, who you got? Go.
Both are very good competitors. Both very good point guards, I will say. I think I got to go with Kyle Johnson. But they really are good. I really am a fan of Troy Bolton. The number 14 East High Wildcat. He goes hard. But Kyle Johnson, especially when he's got the lucky coin on, you can't touch
game
him.
changer.
It's a game changer. It's basically a power up.
You could argue it's a performance enhancing substance.
Oh, that's true. The integrity of the game.
But I guess we shouldn't speak too soon. Once we get through this story summary, there might be a reason that even without the coin, Kyle might put up a fighting chance. So
true.
So, any specific memories of this movie that you remember from like its original run? Catching it on Disney Channel.
Yeah, so I don't know how much I could speak for the younger version of me, but I think the first couple things obviously were just like, oh wow, it's just like wow, Lucky Coin really has that much of an advantage. You don't really think about like the bigger picture in that movie. As I said, I kind of enjoyed watching it because it's like basketball. Basketball was my favorite sport. So I enjoyed that part. After looking at it though, there are a few things like first scene when you like see how lucky he is on the court. And there's a specific part where he like steals the ball, or he's like, it's an inbound. And
yes.
He dives and he like hits the ball, like he whacks it like a.
I had a note on this too. I'm so glad you also caught this.
That is the one thing that I kind of have a gripe with it. I'm like, you just see him like look like he's like hitting it to a player, like it's kind of a pass.
Yeah, it's like a volleyball spike, but sideways.
And it cuts to the shot of it in the air going into the hoop, and I'm like, there's no way. This is madness. The luck of the Irish, I tell you. But yeah, the editing on these DCOMs can use some work. But you know what? It shows they're memories. They definitely are memories.
Yes, I remember, I know Richard had mentioned remembering the commercials for this movie running at the time. And I definitely remembered those as well. I think that was the one thing with Disney Channel is they always hammered all of these DCOM and like their new series commercials all the time. Like they knew what hooked kids.
Right.
And so, along with every Jesse McCartney song, I also knew every line of The Luck of the Irish just from commercials.
Right. You mean I'm a leprechaun too? Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Does that mean I'm a leprechaun too? Exactly.
Yeah. What is he says? Like, Saints preserve us. Saints preserve us. Oh gosh.
All of it. It was classic. Yeah. So that's what I feel like I remembered most of it. And so it was nice to revisit this because at the last time I probably watched this, I'm not sure I had much of an opinion on how movies are made and the themes that are in them. And I was probably just like, oh, it's funny because this guy is shrinking.
Yeah. Yes.
Exactly. So it was nice to look at it with the new lens.
The mother goes down and she's shrinking and you're like, I don't know what's happening here. Can't understand the way it'd be like the guy at the festival is the grandfather, the granda. I'm like,
yeah.
All
this
these
one was crazy.
Yeah.
So let's just go through with a quick outline of the story. If there are any standout moments as we get to them, feel free to hop in with it and share those. I think that's probably the best way to approach this one.
Yeah, I mean, I try to hold myself back a little bit because I feel like there's a lot to say. There's a lot to say about all these movies, but Luck of the Irish, there's a lot.
Yeah, for sure. So let's get into it. So you mentioned it starts off right off the bat with, I guess it's a dream. So they do the opening dream sequence, and he's dancing at the Heritage Day up on stage, and and then he shrinks and is a leprechaun, and he wakes up and he's like, oh, I don't know what's going on, but it's the middle of the day. It's not even in the morning, and he has to go play a basketball game. So he plays a basketball game. We see these ridiculous basketball skills, which is really just the ability to make shots at impossible angles, apparently.
Yep.
And
outrageous. Yeah. And that's why he wins. That's why he beats Troy Bolton. Not to go back to that, but
exactly.
need the lucky coin.
And so we just see like he's got this blessed life, right? He seems to be the luckiest guy in the world. Even his best friend is like, "You're the luckiest kid in the world,"
Yeah,
or
right.
in school or something. I think he says in school because kids don't know about anything beyond school.
Yeah, but he's like, yeah, he's the popular kid. He's the jock. He like finds like $20 on the ground too, like on the way.
Which
Or on the way back.
never happens. No one
Right.
just finds like $20 bills.
Yeah.
And this movie tried to make me believe that this could happen twice in a row.
Right.
And that doesn't happen once. So it was ridiculous. And so he also has this other friend, is it Bonnie, who
Right,
is
Bonnie.
organizing Heritage Day and is just harassing him about what his like ethnic background is.
Yeah, be like, hey man, I want to know your heritage so we can get this going. Be like, I mean, these days it's like, can you ask about that? I don't even know. Yeah,
I think so. And he's just like, I don't know what I am, which also weird. I like
it is
most
weird.
people know.
The parents really are just like avoiding it. Like they're burying the lead. They don't even know what to say to their child. And I'm like, this is kind of like they're just being so awkward. You can tell something's up.
Well, that was the biggest thing. The biggest issue I had with the first act of this movie is like, why would the family not just say, "Oh, we're Irish," and then leave it at that? Just
Yeah.
because you're Irish doesn't mean you're a leprechaun.
Right, exactly. I think that's when I realized, like, when you look at it, a lot of it involves the oppression of Irish people and how they kind of are. They have the shame. Didn't realize the shame of it all, and that's why they say like, "Well, we're from Cleveland," like.
Well, that's a good point that you made, because it was like this really, on the spot like speech that the mom gives, where it's like an actual legitimate reason that someone of Irish heritage might, feel some shame with that from the historical aspect. And she
Right.
goes into it and she's like, "Oh, our people came over to this country. They were treated horribly," and like lists some of these examples. And then Kyle just goes, "That was over 100 years ago." And they just throw it out.
Right. Exactly.
So
It's just,
again, this is late 90s, early 2000s Disney.
mhm. Indeed. It's just it's something, man. I mean, I think about it, and I'm not looking to go too far into like the film here because I know you probably want to go in chronological order, but it's just like really like putting it into like how much like they try to go into the history of just like the Irish like are coming over from America, and they're being treated like crap, and they're getting like they got these bad jobs, paid low wage, and then Russell comes in at one point. He's just like, at least they got paid, and I'm just like, okay, cool. At least we got that because the oppression is just like they're really bitten the Irish oppression, but at least we know it's not the worst oppression. But you could tell it's a good history lesson though. But it was a good start, good remark by like Russell to be like coming in, being like, well, at least they got paid, of course.
Mhm. Yeah, and that's an example of something I definitely didn't catch when I was watching this as a kid. I was like, oh yeah,
not.
no, it would suck to have to work without getting paid. But it's like that's way a harder, hit than it comes off as.
Oh yeah, I would not have cut that. And I'm just like, wait, do I have to rewind? I had to rewind it first. I'd be like, wow, okay, I'm getting this now. It makes more sense.
Yeah, so their basketball season is getting down. They just made the quarterfinal or semifinals in a tournament, and so I guess they're in high school, even though they all mostly look like junior high. But they call it the state tournament, and I don't think there's state tournaments for junior high.
Yeah, I don't think so. They're making a narrative,
Yeah,
it's a plot. Yeah, let
so
him be.
So he is, kind of stressed about preparing for the semifinals in this tournament, and then Bonnie keeps harassing him about what his background is, and so it's got him wondering. At one point he just like Googles his last name Johnson, which is not something I would recommend doing, but he does to try and find out about his background.
Yeah, whatever the search engines were those days, I'm sure they weren't a huge help, but the graduation book, the yearbook, definitely helped being like, wait a minute.
Yeah,
why is this my dad's last name?
Finds out his dad changed his last name from Smith to Johnson, as one does. And then it's his lucky coin that unlocks everything, because he sees the bulletin board for this Irish festival that has the same like icon on it. it's this saint of the step dancing guy.
Right.
And so he and Russell go to try and learn more about his potential history, which he thinks is Irish now.
Yeah, I got to tell you, that was a massive carnival that they had going on there. There was just
huge.
They got the face painting, they got a massive Ferris wheel, all these rides, and I'm like, wow. I don't even know if it was during like I know it was like a St. Patty's Day movie because it's obviously Irish, but like, you're like, how often does that happen? And you're like, your town being like, oh wow, we're gonna go to Saint of the Step where there's just all this crud going on, and we're gonna see these guys do Irish step dancing. And but yeah, I will say like that, just the lucky coin that really did unlock everything. It's just like bingo. I think I'm about to find out my heritage, even though just look in the mirror, man. Look in the mirror.
Like, you're very clear. That's what I'm saying. That's like, why would you not just tell him he's Irish and then this is all avoided? Like, both of his parents have red hair too, so it's not like it would be hard to believe this.
Right. Exactly. But yes.
So they go to this festival, and there's this old man that's kind of harassing him about his shoes. And so it's his grandfather, and you can kind of tell, like, once it's revealed, you're like, oh, like, he was definitely like teasing him and like, kind of poking at him. He recognized him as his grandson, obviously.
Right. Some of it is literal though. Like he has this one line that he says, it's like, did your mom make those for you? Or something like that. I think it was about his shoes, even though they were basketball shoes or whatever. But yeah, it's just like, you think about it, I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, that is a little bit more literal than I thought. He knows.
Yeah. So the little bit of a shadier interaction with Granda at the festival. Then they go see this guy, Seamus McTiernan, the Saint of the Step, doing his routine, and he's walking through the crowd.
Right.
Yeah. He's scheming. This guy is scheming.
Big schemer. Him and his henchmen.
Yeah. I don't know. They were going for like the kind of bumbling henchman look that all Disney properties had.
Yeah.
And he's in the crowd rubbing up on everyone's shoulders, and it just seems like, this guy is really proud of his Irish heritage and his ability to step dance. But nope, he's a schemer.
Oh, he was. I mean, you could tell, man. He's got that evil look in his eye. He's got the. I mean, you just see it. It's like, this is definitely the antagonist of the film.
Yeah,
maybe not at first. Yeah, but like otherwise, like you just have all these close-ups of the guy and be like, we're obviously going to see this guy later in time.
Yeah,
and now we know.
Absolutely. And so the next day after this festival, he's riding high because he's like, oh, I figured out I'm Irish. This is so great. I know who I am as a person. You can actually tell, like, he was super stoked to like learn about this. Which was a cool touch that they kind of played the character that way.
It is. It's kind of cool that he is like curious. Like, I mean, maybe not just because Bonnie was just like trying to instill it into his brain, but like he was curious, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, and it's a proud thing to know where you come from, where your ancestors come from, and everything. And I think around that time, that this movie came out, like we had like projects in like 4th or 5th grade being like, this is your heritage, you should bake something that's from your heritage. And I'm like, oh yeah, this is kind of cool because I saw it in Luck of the Irish. It's wild.
Yeah, I thought that overall the kind of emphasis on your cultural background and understanding your heritage as it relates to your individuality, but also like your belonging to a larger group, was a great theme that they did weave throughout this movie. Even though it obviously is ridiculous because it's a family of leprechauns, but it was a nice marriage there that they somehow found. And so I just thought this, I think the best way to describe this, he describes this day as the unluckiest day of his life. And it's basically just, he's in an infomercial because he is bumbling and stumbling through everything and just spilling things on himself constantly throughout the day.
Right. Do you mind if I go back for a sec to the day before? There is that turning point when he is at the festival, and you're like, you don't know exactly when he got the coin taken from him, even though it's just like he's going through the crowd. So I guess Seamus, he probably took it himself rather than like one of the his like henchmen. I don't even know. I guess I'm calling.
I think that's what's implied.
But like when you see him start to do like the step dancing with everybody, that's when like that's the turning point. I think when he's doing the step dancing himself, when Kyle, like he's just like, I don't know, I can't help it. You
Oh,
know,
that's
like he's
right.
just suddenly doing it out of nowhere, and like that's the point where you're like, your lucky coin is no longer protecting you or hiding. It's like hiding your heritage, like hiding where you come from. And then
Right.
suddenly it's just like now you're in. Now you're blending in. You're with everyone
Yeah.
else.
Yeah. So the
So
coin is basically this, and we're about to go real deep here, but the gold coin represents like the American dream, essentially.
yeah,
And their luck is the opportunity of being in America and having the chance to create your own legacy and, stand with this entire, amongst all these other people. Um, and so that's super deep,
it
actually.
is. It really is. I mean, you said it, the American dream. It's just like come in, you have opportunity, you get your jobs, you make a lot of money, you do your thing. Capitalist dream. But
Yeah,
like
literally, it's gold. So
it
the
is.
streets are paved with gold.
Exactly. So yeah, I guess I don't think about that too, because when I was saying how, it's not, I shouldn't say it's a protection from knowing your heritage, like having it and then suddenly him dancing. Maybe it is more of just like, well, you don't have to think about that too much from back from when you were in Ireland, because now you're doing all this stuff in America because you're an American, and that's kind of just like your sign. That's that.
Yep.
If that makes any sense. I think I'm rambling here.
No, I think it absolutely makes sense. And so his family is transitioning back to their roots in like leprechaunage. And so his
Right.
mom shrinks. She starts off by just cooking Irish meals, but ultimately
Right.
goes full blown leprechaun by shrinking to being about what, like 10 inches tall.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, oh, you talking about the mother or are you talking about
Yeah, the
Kyle's?
mom.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you don't see like her like. I mean, I know when you see Kyle, like you can see him slowly going down because then
Yeah, and
Russell is
they're
suddenly taller than him. But yeah, the mom, when you see like the different things that she's starting to make, and she starts to have the accent again, and
yeah.
that's
My
those are the signs.
favorite thing with the accent is Kyle tells his parents about running into the old man at the festival, his grandpa, and they're like, "Oh, I should have known it was him." And then the best line, and I'm gonna see if we can get a clip of it to put it in here,
Yeah.
is where she goes, "And he me own da." And it's just amazing. And if we can find a clip, Richard, I'm gonna ask that you put it over me doing that impression, because that's probably embarrassing, but it was
Yeah.
hilarious.
Me and and when he says a wee bit, when Kyle says a wee bit, I just said a wee bit.
I just said a wee bit.
I just didn't even know what he did. And I,
Yeah,
I like the line when he's like, or I think I don't know the dad's name, Bob, right? Or something like that.
Bob. Because
Right.
Bob Smith became Bob
Smith, right?
Johnson.
Yeah. So Bob, he when they find out that he went to the festival, he's just like, you're not supposed to go to those things without telling us, or we're supposed to be with you. It's just like,
Yeah.
at least it's not like you're going to like any bad sides of town. You're going to the Irish festival, but like, yeah, you can't go there without us, because they're just trying. I guess it's a way of just trying to protect them. That's why they're doing it. They're very protective parents. They're trying to just keep them from, I guess, the truth or whatever else. And yeah,
they're trying to, again, that's a theme that they do up until like the very end, where they become more open about their heritage. But yeah, they're very protective the entire time, and there's not a whole lot about the potato chip factory. I think that's super important to the story, but
yeah.
aside from the fact that
that's the American dream situation, I think, if anything, just being like, hey, he created this own company. But that's
exactly
kind of it, though.
well,
Nothing
not
else.
just he created the company, but he created the potato chip because
Yeah,
he's
right.
200 plus years old.
Indeed. Oh,
So
I don't
leprechauns
even
are
think about
immortal.
that. Yeah, I don't even think about that. I'm just like,
Yeah.
yeah, this guy's 70.
Like, what are the implications of the immortality of leprechauns? Like, is the mom gonna outlive the dad?
Oh, that's
Is
a good
Kyle
question.
gonna live to 200, but he can't live a full immortal life? Like, who knows? They just kind of brush over that lore.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe the coin makes you. No, I'm just saying the coin doesn't make you mortal. It's just odd. That might be above me, man. That honestly might.
Yeah.
It's tough to
So they ultimately come to the conclusion with Grandad's help that it was Seamus, a big surprise, that must have stolen the coin, and they go after him. It leads to a Disney Channel car chase scene that ends in this beautiful green car not crashing into anything other than soft trash bags and cardboard, and then kind of skidding. So no damage to this vehicle.
Of course, and to the people. Not much
No,
damage to the
nothing.
people. Thank goodness.
Well, so then they end up. This was my first exposure to a drinking song, because Seamus and his gang are in this like pub. They're just drinking and singing and eating some
It's like
corned
Molly
beef
Malone,
sandwiches,
Mhm.
and they find the gold coins in his RV. He somehow uses the gold to create like a tornado portal and pulls Grandpa in and like takes possession of him.
Yeah, that is very confusing. Like, there's just no, as one of those things, just like, I don't know if it's a plot hole or just like it's because of all the gold that he has now given him all this power, or it's just like a sign. I mean, he kind of got that like sense when he was in the pub singing singing Molly Malone. He's just like, something is wrong here.
Yeah.
You know? It's like
Yeah,
got eyes in the
so
back of his head. It's insane.
so they have to obviously settle this with a wager, because that's how you take advantage of a fear Derrig, which is something like an evil leprechaun, I guess, which is what Seamus is. And so they participate in sports, a set of 8 traditional Irish like Olympic sports, I guess, which is like
Yes.
throwing wagon wheels.
Yeah, there's that. And the first one was when they get introduced was hurling. And I'll tell you this, hurling, I've only been to one hurling match in my life, and it was only a few years ago. And it was up in Boston. It was like at Fenway Park. There was a hurling match. I didn't know really anything about it after. Like, I didn't even think about hurling while watching the movie. I was just like, this is kind of cool. Because when the mother says you should be hurling earlier in the, I think she said it at one point during the film. I was just like, I had no idea what that meant. And even when I was at Fenway Park, I was like, I think it clicked, and I was like, that's what she meant. It's
Well,
a
and
sport.
he goes, Mom, I'm not sick. I just played bad.
Right. That classic line. Very good line.
Yes. Yeah, I loved that. And another one that you pick up on after the fact. So they do all of these sports. For some reason, I made a point of saying 8 acts or 8 events, because they end up tied, which is like just a terrible idea for your competition.
At one point, I thought Seamus, like, I thought he won because it was 4-3.
That's what I
That
thought
was it.
too.
And then they had one more. They had the dancing. And then Brian Merriman just starts breakdancing, or somebody does. I don't know if it's him.
I think it was him.
Yeah, you think it could have been
Or
a
he
stunt
busted
double.
out his smart house moves.
Oh, well, maybe. Maybe. I just assumed it was a stunt double, but yeah, it could be the Merriman special.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if it was his character. I don't know if it was actually Ryan.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it might not have been the actor.
Yeah. So after that, they end up tied, but he goes, well, you know what? I can beat you in basketball without my luck. And this is another thing that floored me. He's like, why would I do that? Seamus is, why would I take that bet, basically? Which, good point. And then Kyle goes, because I'll be your slave. So I'm like, that's a little intense.
Very much intense.
He's going to be a slave for his apparently immortal life, or half immortal life.
Yeah. They you know what? I kind of realized they might have I shouldn't say they stole that, but kind of thing happens in Space Jam. Now that I think about it, Michael Jordan is just like, if we lose, I'll be on more.
That's true.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
I will always accept a Space Jam connection.
They are also a BrianBrackets champion. They won Best Basketball Movies. So they beat Coach Carter in the final. Wow,
that's a good matchup, and I like that. I don't know if I agree with it, but I do like it.
Yeah, no, a lot of the old school basketball movies kind of got they got eliminated early, because we weren't much on Twitter at that point, so there were a lot of younger voters, so they probably didn't know too much about like Hoosiers or anything like that. I'm trying to even think of the other ones. There are a lot of old school ones out there. All right, never mind. We're getting off topic. But yeah, that really was intense. Like, okay, I'll be your slave. I guess I just won't go to high school, and I'll just go to the shores of Ire, or whatever they called it. Not Erie, the other one.
Yeah, so, Ire. And so they make that bet. He says the shores of Erie. Very clearly says that.
Very specific. Yes.
The basketball game, there's this weird thing where they possess, I guess, the bodies of these young boys, and they play in their place, but no one can see them. But some people can see them, like Russell and Bob, like even
Family.
non-leprechaun people can see them.
Even Granda up on like
And
chained to the
Bonnie.
backboard.
Like
And
all of
Bonnie,
them.
I guess, yeah.
Anyone
That's a good-
that conveniently needs to see them
yeah.
can.
I wonder if Russell's dad probably couldn't see because he's always being shown in
No.
the stands. No, he probably couldn't see them.
No, he was just a supportive cheerleading father
Oh,
in
definitely.
this movie.
Indeed.
But like had an edge to him because Russell kept making comments like, my dad said, what did he say? He's like, my dad said he's going to adopt the other team if we lose this one.
I don't remember that.
Oh, it was a great line.
Oh, man.
So obviously Kyle ends up winning despite not having his coin, and they send Seamus to Cleveland, and he shrinks down into a leprechaun and flies off, and he goes, "Oh, hi."
Yep. Yeah, they
And
do.
then-
just like they drew it up. I mean, that's typical. That's textbook stuff that would always happen in America.
And it has to wrap up. I think it wraps up perfectly, right? On two accounts. Because one, we then transition into Kyle doing the Irish step dance in a Cleveland Browns t-shirt.
Right.
And
Yes,
then
the
doing like a
Cleveland.
little like American attitude, like flexing at the end. That was super cringy, but it like kind
It was
of
cringy.
encapsulated that he like his father's quote unquote heritage with Cleveland, his mother's heritage with the Irish dancing, and then him being an American. And then they do this sing along of "This Land Is My Land." This land is, I don't know what the exact
This
title
land
of
is
that
your
song
land
is.
up pretty. Yeah.
There you go.
Exactly. Yes.
And it's a heartwarming end to what is a surprisingly deep movie for being so goofy.
I would say, yeah, I'd say as an adult seeing that, I'm like, you know what? This wasn't too bad. I mean, I liked it before, but like just the overall bigger picture, not too bad. The heartwarming parts still felt cringy to me, but I was just like, you know what? Let them be. It's Disney Channel. What are you going to do about it?
Disney gets a little bit of leeway with some of that, overly cheesy stuff.
Most definitely. Overly cheesy is right.
So, Brian, what was your overall take on Luck of the Irish on your most recent watch?
Most recent watch, I'd say that it definitely holds up. I'd say, it's, as I said, I think the bigger picture part of it, like you don't think about it too much until you're older, or if you like watch it a certain number of times. Because, like, even to like for movies now, you feel like you end it and you're like, I got to watch it again in order to like figure out like the overall symbolism or whatever not plot summary, but like just the overall message. This was a good message, and they were able to sprinkle in some really bad writing and some hilarious stuff like just the mom shrinking into a leprechaun, and eventually Kyle would have probably been down to a leprechaun, more than likely. I guess that's what would have happened, and while being a slave also. That would be bad slave labor, I'd say, as a leprechaun. Who knows? Never mind. But but like, yeah, I enjoyed it a lot, and I am thrilled that is still Ryan Merriman's best role ever out of all the other things he's done.
You like that better than Final Destination 3?
That was also at a carnival.
It was. It's full circle.
That. I think that might have been the first thing that I had seen him in outside of Disney Channel too.
You know what, Brian? I would argue his parents should have kept him away from that carnival.
Oh, more than likely. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Where was Bob Johnson when you needed him?
Bob Smith might have done it.
People change, man.
They do. Oh, Final Destination. That's another one, man. I think we put that in we had a modern horror movies bracket too, and I was just like, this is barely horror. This is just comedy.
Yeah.
Final Destination is wild.
But so with the Luck of the Irish, like I liked it too. I think it holds up, and a lot of ways it may actually have a stronger message in 2022 than it did back then, and at least more relevant. I think that there's a lot of funny moments in this, whether they're intentional or unintentional, that make it light at the same time and fun. I think that the cast actually has a lot of chemistry with each other. Like the relationships seem real. Like it's a pretty much purely platonic relationship between Kyle and Bonnie, and like you buy into that without
definitely
feeling like there needed to be a romantic interest there. Like it's maybe hinted at.
Right.
But
that is good.
Heavily.
That is good though, and a lot of people a lot of writers fall into that trap. And this was definitely one of those times that it just didn't happen. I think Bonnie's like character, like even from the beginning, like she could have easily been like the really annoying, like really peppy person, like that you just have them like come up and that is always just like bugging them about doing this one thing for like a school project or whatever. And she kind of was, but like not like overly pushy. I don't know, maybe not, but like she had like they made a foundation for her character, even though she wasn't in it like a ton. I don't know, she wasn't in a ton, but like I agree. I think they did a good job with the characters, big time.
For sure. And like Russell was like they shown to be really smart and loyal, and I thought it was a good touch that they like really fleshed out these supporting characters and gave them some character traits that they were able to rely on throughout the movie. So I definitely think it does hold up, and it's probably worth a rewatch if you have a Disney Plus subscription. It's a really quick, like hour 15, hour 20. So
this podcast is sponsored by Disney.
But on that note, I wish this podcast was sponsored by Disney.
Yeah, that'd be nice to be like, but yeah, we need this guy. We need the Waiting in the Sky. We need that on our list right now.
Exactly. Someone out there is writing it down as we speak.
Good.
But Brian, where can people follow your tournaments, your future ones? Because yeah, like you said, as the time that this is releasing, you'll probably already be done with the DCOM, but there's going to be plenty that they can look forward to. So where can they find you at?
Sure. So this is our 42nd edition of BrianBrackets, doing this DCOM reboot. And you can check out the results on our Instagram page, which is just BrianBrackets, as well as Twitter. Same name, BrianBrackets, no underscores, nothing like that. And that's where all our voting happens too. We vote on our Instagram stories. We put polls out in a tweet thread every time there's a voting session. We try to do it every day. Sometimes we miss some days. It's 24-hour sessions of voting. So but yeah, you can find us there. And our next edition is going to be a Best Pictures bracket, where we're going to take the last 32 Oscar Best Picture winners, and they're going to fight it out for see what the best one out of the last 32 years was. So do you have any predictions on that? Do you know, are you a big film buff as far as, I mean, you're a film buff. Lucky the Irish could have been Oscar maybe today, but
yeah, I don't want to taint it and skew the voting with my prediction, Brian. So I may have to abstain because my large influence and my following could really skew those results.
That's a good point. And I will say this: sometimes in order to get some more what's the word I'm looking for? Just like more voters. Sometimes I'll tag like actors and everything, or people that are
there you go.
We're chained to the project or tagged to the project. Like I've tagged Ryan Merriman on a couple of these votes.
I love it.
Sometimes but that can skew the voting depending on who shares it. They're like,
that's
obviously
true.
I'm going to vote for this guy. And I've even had other like bracket people be like, why do you do that? You're not going to have a true winner. And I'm like, dude, this is just for fun, man. This is just so much fun. And in fact, for our last region of the first round, this bracket, I tagged Andrew Lawrence, the Lawrence brothers, and did Horse Sense and Jumping Ship. And Andrew Lawrence did share it. He didn't say anything. He just shared it on his story. It didn't skew it that much, though.
Okay.
Yeah, it was interesting. Sometimes there are cool retweets. Sometimes there aren't. Sometimes you'll see people voting. I think the only real cool one that they're still in touch and they still vote is one of the creators of Robot Chicken. I don't know if you're familiar. We did a Cartoon Network bracket and we had an Adult Swim region, and the creators of Robot Chicken, not Seth Green, but Matt Seinrich, he still votes, which is pretty cool.
That's very cool.
Yeah, man. But yeah, please vote.
Yes. Vote in BrianBrackets and vote in your local and federal elections. Brian, on that note, I think we'll wrap this segment up. So, happy St. Paddy's Day if you're listening to this at release. And I wish you all the luck of the Irish. Thank you so much, Brian. And we'll catch everyone next time.
Hey, thank you guys very much.
Okay, I am so excited to be getting into this next segment because at the time of this episode's release, Final Fantasy, technically it's Stranger of Paradise. I don't know if there's a colon, but Final Fantasy Origin one of those two options, is going to be releasing, which is basically Final Fantasy Dark Souls is what I'm hearing. And so we wanted to tie in Final Fantasy, which is this prolific game series that has all of these entries. The mainline series has 15 main titled entries, and then obviously 7 Remake was released most recently as well, which gives us 16 titles to put into a Sweet 16 bracket for March Madness. And in order to do that, I had to rely on people who are more knowledgeable about Final Fantasy than myself. So first started off locally. Richard is going to be joining this conversation as someone who has a lot more experience, especially with classic, the 2D Final Fantasy era. Richard's going to be joining. Richard, say hello to the people.
Hello, people.
Y'all know Richard. And then we went even more specialist with our next guests. And so we have Wolfkinz and Solois from the Highwind Herald podcast, which is a Final Fantasy podcast. How's it going, guys?
Hey, it's going good. Thanks for having us. I'm very excited.
Thank you for having us. What's up?
I am very excited for you guys to be here because, like I said, I'll admit I'm not the most knowledgeable about Final Fantasy. I've always, I've loved the series as a big Kingdom Hearts fan, but that was my introduction to Final Fantasy, was that PS2 era, going from Kingdom Hearts into Final Fantasy X was my path.
Well, I mean, we've argued about this on our show, but I think 10's the best entry point anyway. So
Here we go.
You're fine. That's the perfect path to get into Final Fantasy.
And I will mention that Wolfkinz and Solois are brothers. And if it wasn't more obvious than it was just then.
It'll become more obvious, I'm sure, as this goes on.
Yes. So I'm very excited to have you guys here because there's so much, Final Fantasy adjacent content basically that's coming out within like a year, within 2 years. And most notably is probably Final Fantasy 16, which as of now is still listed for a 2022 release, but maybe not so sure on that.
Yeah, I'm getting more nervous just because there's so many things that keep slipping. And what is it? Every time we get a state of play, you've got all of Twitter up in arms like, oh, this is it. And then it comes and goes.
It wasn't at E3 or the Game Awards either, which was kind of like weird.
Yeah. So I'm just not sure. I really hope so. We've speculated that it will be coming out in 2022, and I'm really hoping it. I'm hoping we get that or 7 Remake Part 2, but I think that one's a little bit more of a long shot. So,
Well, and is Tetsuya Nomura working on 16?
I don't think so. I
Okay,
thought it
no,
was
really?
Yoshi P on 16 completely.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
So maybe there's more hope for it. I was going to say, if it is Nomura, then it would probably be another 7 years.
Nomura's project here recently was Stranger of Paradise, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think you're right about Yoshi P being in charge of 16 as well, because I do remember seeing articles about like, dude, how do you have time to do all this stuff? Because, if you play 14, that game is on fire right now. That game's as big as it's ever been, and it's not slowing down. So he's got a lot on his plate, but I think that he's really proven he can deliver some amazing games. So if it is in his hands, and I know I probably should have known that, but I have faith in Yoshi P. We trust over on the Highwind Herald.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's a great endorsement in my book. And so I don't know how much you guys have gotten into this, but Square recently released Triangle Strategy, which I didn't realize was its actual final name. They just dropped Project and went with Triangle Strategy.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on that one?
They did the same thing with Octopath Traveler.
At least Octopath Traveler kind of sounds cool, though. Like, that's one of those names that'll warm up to you after a while. Like, Triangle Strategy, I'm having a hard time with it. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not my favorite name. I haven't played it. I am very interested in it, but Square's just dropping too much on me right now. Like you just said, they've got Stranger of Paradise coming out, and I picked up Chocobo GP. I'm still playing the Pixel remasters. It's like, I have a budget, Square. You got to stop. But
that's right. No. I didn't even mention the Pixel remasters.
Yeah, I mean, because 6 just came out, and there's just too much to play. But it's definitely on my list. I loved Octopath Traveler, and I love that like HD 2D look that they're going with some of these games. It's just gorgeous. So I did play the demo. It was very fun. It seemed like a very in-depth tactical RPG. And those have been kind of missing for a while since, oh God, like the heyday of Final Fantasy Tactics and stuff. And they kind of went away for a little bit. I feel like it's nice to see them coming back because they just
Yeah.
announced another one at the State of Play, although I can't remember the name of it. Like a new IP, in the vein of Final Fantasy Tactics and Triangle Strategy. It looked good too.
Lee Carvalho's putting challenge. There's like 5 people that will get that joke.
And I don't know if any of them were the 3 of us.
No,
not me.
I was not one of them.
So you said the word demo in there somewhere, Wolfkinz. So have you guys been checking out the Stranger of Paradise demo?
We have.
Yeah,
And do
I'll
you
let you
have
talk here,
thoughts?
Solois, because I know you're further in it than I am.
So you mentioned earlier that it's kind of like a more Dark Souls like Final Fantasy game. And in the past year, I'd never played Dark Souls, but in the past year, I've been really diving into them. And, like Dark Souls and Elden Ring are 2 of my favorite games ever now. I absolutely love everything they do with those games. They're fantastic. And there's definitely a sense of more action in Stranger of Paradise and difficulty. But if you're coming from Dark Souls, if you use even like a percentage of what you're used to dealing with in that game, it's still not comparable. It's harder than most Final Fantasy games for sure, but I've been having a decent time. Like the first boss only took me like 2 or 3 tries to beat. And it's hard, but not as hard as like Dark Souls conditioning. But I will say the gameplay is super fun, but the story and the presentation is one of those kind of like, so it's like a car crash. You can't look away. It's beautiful. Like it's so bad, it's great kind of thing. And
it almost, like you said, I think just to me the other day, it almost skirts on parody.
It does.
So I don't know what they were going for. It's fun. It's definitely fun story, but it's not. Final Fantasy has goofiness throughout it, but it is much goofier while also trying to be serious. It's kind of weird. It's hard to explain.
To get a little bit into advanced things we're going to talk about a little later, the main character is like the part of Squall from Final Fantasy VIII I don't like, but like if you took that, made it the entire personality, and made it a parody, which is hilarious to me. Because after the first boss, have you beaten the first boss yet, Wolfkinz?
I fought Chaos, but not like the other one, Atos or whoever.
So you fought the dude in armor?
Yes.
So you saw the cutscene though, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you beat it, and this girl comes out and she monologues forever, and I won't say what she's talking about because people need to play the demo. So she gets done monologuing, and Jack, the main character, just looks at her, goes, "Bullshit," turns around, pulls out his iPhone, hits play, and walks off listening to Limp Bizkit.
I don't even know if you're being serious right now.
No, he is.
Swear.
I don't know if it's a Limp Bizkit song, but that exactly happens.
my chat, I didn't know either, but my chat while I streamed it was starting to say, "Is that Limp Bizkit?" And I was like, I guess. I was too busy crying. It's things like that made me realize that it's beautiful. It's a work of art.
Yeah. Now, I will say the graphics aren't up to what I would normally expect from a PS5 game, but the gameplay is very fun, very tight, and I'm the furthest thing from a Souls fan, and they have a casual mode, and it's amazing.
Oh, okay. Now you may have gotten me there.
Yeah. So they have 3 difficulty settings: story, action, and hard. And then if you're in story mode, you can even step down one more step called casual, and it gives you a little bit of extra help. Like if you die, you don't lose all your MP or something like that. So yeah,
I will say though,
relaxing.
I'm playing on action, and it is a little bit of a challenge, but it does what Dark Souls does really well, where it has rewarding challenge, where like it trains you, you become better, and it feels really rewarding. It's not just one of those things that you beat your head against the wall on. I'm not playing on the hardest difficulty because I'm thinking about switching it though, because it's not too challenging, but it's a worthy challenge, I'd say. It's not tedious.
Well, it does have co-op too. We
Yes.
should throw that out. And I keep trying to get Solois to play with me, but he keeps telling me he's too busy.
I've had plans for 2 weeks.
Cancel him.
Oh,
Nobody has
okay.
ever had plans for 2 weeks.
Especially especially Solois. If you knew him, you would know how much BS that is.
he's just butthurt that I've picked other people over him for once.
For once, every time.
So I think what I'm hearing makes me feel like I might be able to pick up Stranger of Paradise and use it as a gateway into these Soulsborne games because
think so.
I need that.
Yeah,
I think so. But at the same time, it's kind of weird because Stranger of Paradise has more systems than a Soulsborne game. Because Soulsborne is basically, you equip, you distribute your stats, you pick armor you like, and you go get good. But this game's got more like systems, talent trees. So you'll be losing that. But as far as like actual difficulty and gameplay goes, it's a lot more simplistic. You don't have a stamina bar in Stranger of Paradise, which feels like heaven for a Soulsborne fan because you can just hack away all day and then dodge when you need to with no repercussions, which is awesome. So that'll be a hard habit to break, but I think it's a good stepping stone.
It does have a job system like in Final Fantasy 2, so you can unlock white mage, black mage, red mage, things like that, which is kind of cool. Like I think that I'm working on red mage now because that's
Final
my
Fantasy
thing.
2?
No, Stranger of Paradise.
Yeah, you said it has a job system like Final Fantasy 2.
TOO.
Ow! I thought you meant TWO.
It's
Bro,
called
that doesn't have a job system.
TOO. Learn to speak.
Okay.
So yeah, I think that obviously it's heavily connected to the story of Final Fantasy, the original. So this might also be a good gateway for me to get into another Pixel remaster as well. So I'm definitely gonna pick it up. I am planning to have a review episode on it. So we'll see if I'm able to get far enough to actually put that out in a couple of weeks.
Awesome.
So guys, I think this is a good transition point. I think we'll take just a quick break and then we're going to get into this Sweet 16 March Madness Final Fantasy Edition when we get back. All right, so we are back now and we are going to jump into this March Madness tournament of the main series Final Fantasy games plus 7 remake because 16 is not out yet, sadly. So here's how we're going to tackle this. Since there's 16 games and there are 4 of us, we've each agreed to champion, quote unquote, 4 titles. And so what this championship responsibility entails is rather than coming out and fully just debating one-sided all of the great things about your game, we do want to be fair and honest about them and be able to present a good picture, an accurate picture of what the game is as a whole, warts and all. So we are going to kind of present this game and it's sort of like a for your consideration. Here's this game. Here's what's great about it. Here are the 1 or 2 flaws. And both sides are going to make their case. We will have a rotating judge that is ultimately going to be the decision maker based on, the presentations that are made. And we'll kind of progress through this on a single elimination tournament basis. So guys, I was thinking about the best way to seed this tournament. And I ultimately settled on seeding them according to their Metacritic scores. So Metacritic, it compiles various scores for the games. And so it seemed like a fair way to do it. So the first seed is going to match up against the 16 seed and so on and so forth. And without further ado, we might as well just jump into the first matchup. So guys, we have Final Fantasy IX, which is being championed by... Say your name.
Oh, sorry, Solo. It's me. Yeah. Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't have it in front of me, or I would have said it. Richard's gonna cut that and make me not look dumb. Okay.
Well, it wasn't you. I think it was Solois looking dumb there.
And Final Fantasy II, which is going to be championed by
Also Solois.
You got a match up against yourself in this round too.
That's right.
All right. So
Two.
Solois is going to crank out a presentation for both of these titles. since the three of us are an odd number, I think that the Richard, Wolfkinz, and I can all vote on which of the two is going to advance. Does that seem like a fair compromise, guys?
Yeah, I think we got this.
Awesome. Solois, why don't you take it away?
Okay, I'll start with Final Fantasy II. Final Fantasy II is a very, very innovative game for the time it came out. And what was it, 1988 or 9, one of those two. Really, I mean, it's super old. It has systems that are on par with games of today, like Skyrim and even Soulsborne games, where you level up your individual stats, you level up your individual weapon skills, and honestly, systems that work really well. The problem with Final Fantasy II is a slight case of innovative ideas poorly executed, and they were probably about 20 or 30 years ahead of their time with this game. Final Fantasy II honestly deserves a remake in the vein of Final Fantasy VII so that these modern systems can flourish and that world can be expanded, because the story is honestly pretty good. It's not anything worth like talking about or anything like revolutionary, but for the time it was released, it definitely was, and it hasn't aged great, but has aged well enough to at least look at if you've never played it before. And the game super duper suffers from an awful encounter rate in the later half of the game and monotonous gameplay where it's way too easy to get overpowered and pretty much renders the rest of the game just a walking simulator, getting from point A to point B, just doing the thing you have to do, because challenge is gone. The final boss presents some kind of challenge, but even then you get a weapon, I think called the Blood Sword, which deals 1/16 of the health every time it slashes. So every enemy in the game will only take 16 hit damage, or it only takes 16 hits. So Final Fantasy II has great ideas, but released a little early for those ideas and suffers from that. Every re-release of the game does a better job at making those ideas a little better, like the systems work better, but it doesn't change the fact that the game around the systems doesn't cater to those systems well enough. So Final Fantasy II is in the bottom half of my list, but it's definitely not a bad game. Final Fantasy IX is my favorite game of all time. Every game counted, bar none. It is the game that I love the most. It was released at the later half of the PlayStation 1 era and released in 2000, only 1 year before Final Fantasy X, and was kind of a harken back to the feel of the older Final Fantasy games of 1 through 6, and captures that magic perfectly and has a lovable cast of characters that I love with all of my heart. The game suffers a little bit. The game's low points are...
You need help with this one, Solois? The low points?
No,
You sure?
you be quiet. You keep your
Okay.
mouth shut. I'm presenting. Don't you start this.
Fine.
The low points of the game is, of course, random battles have not... I think random battles in games have not aged well, which isn't a point that I'm making. But the point I'm making is when you get in those random battles, the panning around the battle area every time is kind of cool at first to see like the area you're fighting in. But when you're in the same area for an hour and you've seen that 15 times, it gets a little old. It starts to feel like you're in the little intro of the battle more than you're actually in the battle. And there's a part on the third disc where you have to play a mini game that's insufferable. But honestly, I hate to sound
God.
impartial, but I'm
Block
having
that out.
I hate to sound impartial, but I'm having a hard time coming up with negative things. The game kind of has an out of nowhere, and by kind of, I know you're going to inject, so I'm just going to say what you're going to say. The game has an out of nowhere random final boss. But so just don't even comment. Just don't even comment.
What am I even here for?
But in my opinion, this is subjective. This game has the best cast of characters, the best story in gaming, the best music. Actually, it doesn't have the best music, but it's got the best music in Final Fantasy for sure. But I adore this game. I can hardly say anything bad about it, but it is a PlayStation 1 era Final Fantasy game, an RPG. And if you're used to modern RPGs that you play nowadays, like you think about just a few years ago with Persona 5, a turn-based RPG that's designed to get you into battles and out. Like everything is snappy and quick. Every game you play from like the PlayStation 1 back is going to have aged poorly in that regard because they're just slower. And that's just how it is. That's how games were then. So for people who love Final Fantasy, this is a must. But, it suffers from the same thing most of these games are going to suffer from, and that's aging compared to modern games. And I think that's all I have to say.
All right. Well, hey, good job covering both of them. Yeah, I mean, from your arguments, because I haven't played either of them, to be honest, and I'm only vaguely familiar with 9. I know pretty much next to nothing about 2, but I think you definitely made the stronger case for 9, and so that's what I would vote for.
Yeah, I think so. And it's just a little more about 9 is the cast of characters is a little more light-hearted and friendly than most of the series. And that's not something that speaks to everybody. But as somebody who loves the lightheartedness nature of things, like things that have a lighthearted presence, but when you start unveiling it and getting in, you start to see how deep and actually emotional and dark it can be sometimes. That's the kind of stuff that I love more than anything. And 9 does it perfectly.
Awesome. Wolfkinz, what do you got? Where are you landing on this one?
Oh,
right.
God.
Here's the thing. All right. Here's the thing. I'm not going to get into it because Solois and I have gone back and forth on Final Fantasy IX so much. I do not have like the highest regard for it like he does. I will say, put up against Final Fantasy II, I think this is a no-brainer. I mean, 9 is a fantastic game. It is probably one of the better games in the series, even though it's not my personal favorite. And 2, like he said, tries a lot of different things, and I respect that. And to me, it has the best story out of the first 3 of the 1, 1, 2, and 3.
I agree with that.
But this one's got to go to Final Fantasy IX. It just did too much for the series. It capped out the PlayStation 1 era, and Final Fantasy II is one of those that's kind of easily skippable. Whereas Final Fantasy IX, I would say, even as someone it's not really my favorite, I think it's one of the more must-plays of the series. So yeah, I'm going to go Final Fantasy IX too.
All right. So Final Fantasy IX is going to take it, but Richard, for the sake of history, where do you stand?
I'd have to say 9. I think that Wolf hit a lot of good points there. And on top of that, I think 9 being the last one on the PS1, I think it brought back a lot from the previous games. Like, I don't know if this was intentional because you said you seeded based on Metacritic, but the final castle that you're in Final Fantasy IX reuses music from Final Fantasy II.
That is very interesting.
Yeah, so that's kind of a weird twist of fate there. But since with Final Fantasy IX being the last one on the PS1, it was kind of a love letter to the previous few games in the form of some of those assets did get reused, but also just like character design. Like if you look at I'm blanking on the little mage dude's name, but I mean
Vivi.
Yeah, Vivi. He's just a straight up black mage. Like
Yep, absolutely. And even in Kingdom Hearts 2, where I know him from.
Yeah.
So yeah, Final Fantasy IX is going to take it. That was
since 9's winning anyway, can I just change mine to 2 just to make Solois mad?
Sure. You can
Okay.
you can do
You can't
that.
erase the past. We've already heard everything you've said.
So we will not have a 16/1 upset in this tournament, because that was the top Metacritic score and the bottom Metacritic score. Final Fantasy IX versus Final Fantasy II. So the next matchup is going to be Final Fantasy IV, presented by
Yeah, I've got that one. Wolfkinz.
And then, you know what? So I was going to be taking Final Fantasy VII Remake because it's one that I have played a little bit of, but I played a lot of Final Fantasy III in preparation for this, and so I didn't have a chance to get deeper into Final Fantasy VII Remake. So I do need to tag out of this, because as much as I wanted to just substitute Kingdom Hearts 2 here, that wouldn't be fair because we would have a Kingdom Hearts champion in the end if that were the case. So who wants to step up to the plate and take Final Fantasy VII Remake for me?
You want to double team it, Solois?
I can do it if you don't want to do both of them.
Yeah, let's double team it. I think we both got stuff to say about 7 Remake. You want to start with that one?
Sure thing. Okay, I'll go ahead and start with 7 Remake then.
Yeah, since you've been talking so much anyway, let's go ahead.
Yeah, I know. I need to get it out of my system. Even though I'm going next round too. Oh, I'm
trying
going
to
next
get
round
you
against you. Oh, next round's gonna be great. Anyway,
I'm trying
Final
to talk
Fantasy
you
VII.
out before you get to 8.
Final Fantasy VII Remake. Final Fantasy VII is a game I had not actually played Final Fantasy VII until college. Around the time they announced the 7 Remake, and I loved it. 7 is my third favorite in the series. It's amazing. And 7 Remake, I played it when it came out. Did not like it and didn't touch it until last February when I finally beat it, and I did like it. It's great. I mean, I don't know if I could say it's a better experience than the original because it's a different experience. And if you've not gotten through it yet, they're kind of setting it up to be a different experience. So the thing that makes it amazing is that it being a remake, it doesn't take away from the original. So like normally when you have a remake, like for instance, if you're thinking about I don't know, like I keep bringing up Dark Souls. I don't know why it's the only thing I think of. Like a remaster, like Dark Souls remaster. You play that, there's no reason to play the PS3 version of Dark Souls anymore. But this is like you've got Final Fantasy VII Remake, and they take it in such a different direction with gameplay, presentation, maybe story, who knows. And it doesn't take away from the original. So it's capturing the majesty and awesomeness of the original while making it its own experience that you can still think, you know what, I want to play 7 and I want to play the full package because 7 Remake isn't the full package, and I want a turn-based game. So you play the original 7. Is it better than the original 7? I have a hard time saying. I really, truly don't know. The action-packed gameplay is awesome, and the battle scenes sometimes, like the way the battles are sequenced, is almost unmatched. The final battle and like the first major battle where it's not just fighting against that like scorpion robot thing. He like jumps on walls. He has phases like an MMO boss. Stuff like that makes this game awesome. The battles go on way too long for me sometimes. The bosses just last forever. No, shut up. I'm talking.
We're double timing this one, remember? I can input.
Even like bosses will take upwards of 10 minutes, even if you know what you're doing. And that is ridiculous to me.
I don't think you know what you're
doing.
That
is insanity. No.
No, I agree. Some of those, especially there's a fight against the Hell House, I think, that went very long.
Yeah, that took like half an hour for me. Like it's insanity. Like the bosses last way too long in that game, but that's the biggest flaw I have with it. It's pretty good.
Here's an interesting thing about this matchup in particular is because we've got Final Fantasy IV up against Final Fantasy VII Remake. And in my opinion, both of those games kind of what I think is going to be ushering in a new era of Final Fantasy. Because Final Fantasy IV kind of started ushering in, the more story-based, character-focused era. And I do think that 7 Remake is a picture of Final Fantasy moving forward, the type of gameplay we're going to be getting. Final Fantasy 16 already looks like it takes a lot from 7 Remake and what we've kind of seen. So I think that these are both going to be like turning point games. And I agree with everything you just said, Solois, about 7 Remake. It is hard to compare it to the original 7, but what it does with the section of 7 that it took, I do think it just enriches everything from the Midgar section. So the 7 Remake only goes up through the first, couple hours of the original Final Fantasy 7. But with it fleshes out Midgar to make it feel like a whole world in and of itself, and it makes it a full game. And for that, if they just continue doing that with the remake project, in the end, it may be a more fulfilling narrative than Final Fantasy VII, but that's to be determined. Now, Final Fantasy IV, though, I think really, like I said, kind of marks when Final Fantasy started taking itself a little more serious, I guess. This was the second Final Fantasy we would have seen here in the States because 2 didn't come over. 3 just got released in the 2D form in the Pixel Remaster. And this was originally released as Final Fantasy II here in America. And I think that was a good choice because comparing it to 2 and 3, 4 is it's just in a league of its own. The story is much more deep. The characters actually have personalities. And I do think that it was probably the first, I call it the first real Final Fantasy, even though that might not be fair. It doesn't have a job system and things like that, but what it does do is it really focuses on the narrative. It really focuses on the characters, and it has a narrative that makes you care about the characters. Now, we've talked about this on our show. There are some things in the game that are kind of disappointing, especially with the narrative. It does a lot of, spoiler, fake out deaths. It's like my most annoying thing about that game is it will give this character a really cinematic moment, and it really pulls at your heartstrings, and they kill this character, and then they'll just show back up later like, haha, we beat death. And it kind of underplays those dramatic moments. So I think that was a little bit of a misstep from a narrative perspective. But as far as gameplay goes, I feel like that's where Final Fantasy was really finding its footing. Things get a little more balanced out, and it has a rotating cast of characters, so you never actually pick your party. They just kind of come and go, and the leveling system's very straightforward. So, once you start playing, you don't have all these other systems to worry about. So that's kind of a pro and a con. Because when you compare it to something like Final Fantasy 3 or Final Fantasy 5 with the job system, there's a lot more customization and flexibility. But they trade that off in Final Fantasy 4 for a more straightforward gameplay process, focusing more on the narrative. Now, when you come down to look at 4 and 7 Remake, they are almost identically like a polar opposite different. And I will say it's hard to compare both of them. So, you know what? Let's hear what you guys have to say. I'll withhold my judgment for a moment. I want to hear what you guys think.
I'm definitely on board with that. I agree. I think because they're so different, it's very hard to compare just based on the arguments that you both made. This is the 8 and the 9 seed, so they're also very closely rated overall in the community. So it's a tough decision, and I think I'm going to yield this one to Richard.
Well, I think what is the most important aspect to look at is which one was the biggest leap forward in the Final Fantasy series. Now, 7 Remake is good. I've seen a lot of gameplay footage of it, and I think it does look good. But in terms of an actual impact on the series, I have to give this one to 4, specifically because that was the first jump from an 8-bit console to a 16-bit console.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that opening sequence of the airships flying over the landscape, that's iconic. Because that's like the first time people went mode 7, and they got to like see that, and that became a staple like from there on out. Like, okay, guys, no matter what we do in a Final Fantasy game, we have to have a cool airship flying like over the landscape somehow. We got to make it look awesome. And I mean, like I said, while Final Fantasy 7 Remake is good, it's just that it is a remake. Like at least 4, you've got something completely original there. They had to go and make that up. With 7 Remake, you're just kind of going off previous material. I mean, it's the most lucrative material for Square Enix, and that's probably why they were so incentivized to want to remake it. But yeah, overall, I got to give this one to 4.
Yeah, I think you made some really great points there. I think 4 should take this one as well for pretty much everything you just said. Plus, it is a classic. And some of the, the iconic looks, and there were dragoons and stuff before Final Fantasy IV, but whenever you think about it, you think of Kain. Like he's one of the first people that pops in your head, and there's just so many iconic images from 4. Yeah, I agree with you. I think I will vote 4 on this one too.
So, also, don't forget you Spoony Bard. Without Final Fantasy IV, we would not have you Spoony Bard.
Oh, we should just end here. 4 wins. I mean, you can't top you Spoony Bard.
Well, I think we would be robbing the people of the next round matchup, which is now shaping up to be Final Fantasy IX versus Final Fantasy IV.
Oh, man.
Matchup of the century. So
yeah.
Let's move forward into the next matchup here, which is going to be, let me double check the seeding here. It is the 4 seed, Final Fantasy 12, which Solois is going to tackle that one. And then it's matching up against the 13 seed, which is appropriately Final Fantasy 13, which is going to be my debut in this tournament. So
really?
I want to apologize right now.
I thought you were doing. Oh,
no, I just want to apologize right now because Solois has an unnatural hatred for Final Fantasy 13. So he might be mean to you.
No. I was going to keep that a secret. I'm glad you went ahead and blew that, though. All right, go on.
Then we're both ends of the spectrum on that one. Because I'll just start off with my take on Final Fantasy 13, because I know it's unpopular, but I love this game. It was the first Final Fantasy game that I really dove deep into, and I got far into the game. I didn't beat it. I still have a playthrough right now that I'm further than I've ever been. So it's going to happen one day. But it was the first one because I entered with Final Fantasy X, and then I dabbled with 12 a little bit, but I fell off hard at 12. And so when 13 came out was the first time I was really ready to adapt to a Final Fantasy style game. And I know what the criticisms are. Richard, when we were recording a couple weeks ago, mentioned whatever the corridor thing where you're just walking in a straight line for most of the game.
I saw the JonTron video in the Discord.
Yep, that's exactly where that came from. And like, I get it. It's a valid criticism. One of the things people love about Final Fantasy is the ability to, be adventurous and to explore and to really just traverse this fantasy setting, to your heart's extent. And Final Fantasy 13 does limit that for, like a half the game at least. And when it does open up, you really feel that. And so I think it does redeem itself a little bit just for that feeling, but I don't think it overall cancels it out by any means. You would love to have that from day one. But where I do think Final Fantasy 13 stands out is in its battle system, which is active time battle, which also has the paradigm mechanic, which I am a big fan of. I know this is probably polarizing, and Solois will probably tear me to bits in just a minute here, but I loved this because it's taking what I am now very much familiar with in like a job system in Final Fantasy 3, for example, and is letting you switch through different roles on a dime in mid battle. And so you are now tasked with trying to figure out what combination of roles is best at any given time. And it does make things a little tough sometimes because there's a lot of times where if you're not super leveled up, then there is really, one or two strategies that are going to work for a given boss. If you are obviously OP, then you can get a little further just based on, sheer force, but you have to be strategic with it. And so that's one of the things I really enjoyed about it. I also think it's just beautiful. I mean, this game came out on the 360 and the PS3. Still looks great. I haven't seen the PC version. I don't know if you guys have an opinion on how that one looks presentation wise. I'd be surprised to hear it was bad. And it did spawn a couple of sequels that are probably, less regarded than even Final Fantasy 13 itself is. But I know it has its flaws, but I love the story. I love how grand it is. It is, it shows the issues between, I can't even think of the places, Cocoon and Pulse, and kind of this wild area, which is Pulse, and Cocoon, which is this like urbanized, steampunk Final Fantasy area. So kind of both, Final Fantasy settings kind of smashed together in this game, which I think is kind of cool. And just the grand stakes that are set up from the very beginning, it adds a lot of depth to this game, in my opinion. And at the same time, it is very much character based and relationship based as well, because you have Snow, who's trying to rescue his fiance wife. It was kind of a weird relationship they had. Sarah, who is Lightning, the main character's sister. And so then they have this kind of butting heads, brother sister relationship as far as the best way to rescue Sarah. And so you get some of that. You get Saz and his son and that relationship. You get Hope and his relationship with his parents, which really hits hard. I won't spoil that story. But then the kinship that he forms with the rest of the group, Fang and Vanille's sisterly bond as well is a star of this game. So I totally get the reasons people don't like it, but there's a lot to really love with this one. It is where I can end my argument.
All right, you got a lot of work to do for you then on 12 there, Solois.
I don't have much to say.
Good.
I don't have much to say about 12. I mean, I like 12. I think it's good. Hold on, I need to shut my door. My dogs are going insane. Okay. I don't have a whole lot to say on 12. I do like it. The game suffers massively from a very overcomplicated story that isn't presented very well. So even I beat the game and came out and didn't really understand what had happened fully. But that didn't matter too much to me because 12 is one of those games that's classically like the systems are so in depth and fun. The gameplay is so fun. And one of the things you said, you mentioned exploration, and 12 really does a great job with exploration because 12 is basically a single player MMO. Um, to the negative of that, it gets a little in over its head, giving you too much to do because in an MMO, the whole point is giving you endless stuff to do. So you're paying monthly and you're there all the time. But in a single player game, that's kind of the opposite. Like side quests in single player games are fantastic. But if you're going on and on and on and on and on, and you've put in like over 200 hours to a single player game, like it's time to move on. 12 is very fun in that exploration side quest. It's just a fun game to play. The story's not presented great. It's one of those games that for the longest time, I always thought Vaughn was a horrible main character until I saw the argument at Final Fantasy XII's approach was that it's a game without a main character or a game with everybody being a main character. And then when you start to sit back and think about it, you really realize that each and every one of those characters has their own little arcs. Some are more important to others, maybe to certain people, but there's not one singular character that sticks out as the main character because the ending of the game has a nice little wrap up for everybody in almost an equal kind of way. So I don't know if that's a good approach or a good thing, but it's definitely interesting. And that's what 12 is to me. It's an interesting game with a story that falls a little flat and gameplay that is absolutely awesome and memorable, strategic like crazy. And I wish I could say more, but I haven't played 12 in a good 5 years. I've been itching to replay it lately, but to like give specifics about the gameplay, I can't do that. I do love the job system they added in the Zodiac Age and how they made it more fleshed out and easier than the original, but that's all I can really say about it right now. I wish it was more fresh in my mind.
I had a before we get into the decision making here, my fun story with Final Fantasy 12 was I actually went to E3 in 2017, which was the first year that they allowed like the general public to attend. And now E3 is probably dead aside from like online videos and reveals. But I was able to play the Zodiac Age at E3, and so that was a fun experience. I also played.
Awesome.
I also played Dissidia NT. That was not as much fun. But
yeah.
very, very cool concept. I love the Dissidia concept. I just wish that it was a little more accessible. But that's getting away from this matchup and topic. So since Richard just made that last decision, Wolfkinz, why don't you pull the trigger on this one? Which way are you going to go with?
13. This one's not even a debate for me. So 12 is my least favorite game. I'll just preface that. But, comparing the systems, I tend to agree with you about the paradigm system. I know that a lot of people don't like that. And with the active time battle and the way that system works, I felt like I was more involved with the fights. Whereas a lot of the times with 12, a lot of the gameplay happens up front because you set up your gambits, you set up everything, and then a lot of the time I'm auto battling, especially when you're just running from place to place. But yeah, 13 takes this one for me. I'm actually one of the few people that do enjoy 13. I really like it. I think the characters are interesting. And I'm a big narrative guy, and not really being able to follow the narrative of 12, it works against it for me because things get very confusing. There's a lot of names that I can't remember. And it's very political. So I kind of get lost in the details of which countries against which country and this and that and this and that. And yeah, it does. And you made some good points, Solois, about it not being necessarily a bad thing, but it does have the Indiana Jones syndrome to where you could pluck Vaughn out of that story and nothing would really change. So I'd have to give this one to 13.
Awesome. Richard, anything to add to this matchup?
I'm actually going to abstain from this because I have never played either of these and have not seen anything other than that John Con video. So I really can't have an opinion on these.
All right. Well, it looks like we have our first upset of the tournament with Final Fantasy 13, the 13 seed upsetting the 4th seed, Final Fantasy 12. And it is
I will say though, I do hate Final Fantasy 13 with all my heart. He is right about that. Everything you all said you love about it, I hate about it. I don't think the battle system is good. I think it's
we're done.
simple and
We're moving
awful.
on. You
I
lost.
think the
It's so
characters are flat and
polarizing.
terrible.
Take the
I'm
L
sorry.
and let's go.
I didn't. You were trying to move past me getting that satisfaction. I just want to say I hate everything about that game.
Never let him have a full episode where he can just hate on 13. So he's trying to take it out of here. Don't let him do it.
All right. Solois is not invited to the 13 series retrospective.
Definitely
That's
not.
probably a good thing.
So moving on to the next matchup, and I have to say, as I was gathering the title art images for all of these to kind of make our interactive bracket that I'm working from right now, and I fell in love. I had not seen this title art, but the title art for Final Fantasy 11 is
beautiful.
awesome.
Yeah.
I love it. I love the way they've got it with this like army behind like the
it's
four characters.
gorgeous.
Like you really get the feel of an MMO. And the coloring with the blue fading to like a nice soft like aqua looks great.
You were looking at the logo of my high school career right there.
And I'll say also, if this matchup were if we were doing this tournament based on title art, then I would be fine with this as a final matchup, because Final Fantasy X also has beautiful title art. With the colors in that one really set it apart, and the way it ties into the story is fantastic. So that's my 2 cents on these ones. Actually, I have a lot more to add to Final Fantasy X because I am championing that one. And Wolfkinz, you kind of let the cat out of the bag as well. You will be taking on Final Fantasy 11.
Yep, I'll be taking 11. I'm your MMO guy, I think, on this bracket.
You are. Every group needs an MMO guy, and you are our MMO guy.
I'm your MMO guy. Let's do it.
So
now, this one, I will say, I filled out a bracket beforehand, and so far I've been right. So I called 9, 4, and 13. I wasn't really sure how this one would go, so I'm interested to see what you have to say.
Yeah, I'll kick it off then. This is actually the 5 seed Final Fantasy X and the 12 seed Final Fantasy 11. It's too many numbers. I'm sorry, but it gives context to the matchups. So Final Fantasy X, like I mentioned already, was my first foray into Final Fantasy. And so on the PlayStation 2, I was fresh off of, my Disneyed version of Final Fantasy in Kingdom Hearts. And I didn't even know that Tidus, the main character, was the little kid with the stick that lived on the island in Kingdom Hearts at first. But then it became very obvious what with his mislength shorts. But I think Final Fantasy X, as much as it is known for memes, and I imagine Richard is going to be editing the laugh in multiple locations. He already mentioned that earlier, so I'm expecting it to be littered throughout at least this part. I think that the story is actually super involved. Like the idea of this beacon of hope, Yuna, as this summoner making this pilgrimage to basically sacrifice herself for the safety of the world, her world at least, is beautiful. And the fact that she is surrounded by this group of defenders, looking guardians. I don't know why I said defenders. They're literally guardians. Adds to it. And the relationships, again, I'm very much moved by the relationships in these stories. And this one is full of them, whether it's Yuna and Tidus, whether it's, Wakka and Tidus, Wakka and Yuna, Wakka and Lulu. Like the relationships are so moving and you really buy into them. And so I think that adds that special layer to this game's story. The mechanics are pretty straightforward as far as like a traditional turn-based RPG. I do like that you get to see who's moving next. That was something that was super helpful, and you can adjust that to adjust your attack so that you can get in again. And then the skill tree that they had was a little confusing to me. When I first played it, I didn't understand it at all because I was like in junior high and just couldn't get it. But, when I revisited it in the HD remasters, and I've bought it on like multiple consoles now on the Switch, the PS3, PS4, played it on the PS5. It's very available because it's a good game. It's great. I don't want to get into spoilers, but the main villain and the resolution to it, though I have not finished this game, I'm aware of these things. is very heavy-handed, but again, it's relying on relationships, and I think it's very meaningful. So there's a lot to enjoy from this one. The settings are nice, being like, there's a heavy emphasis on islands, and it is just kind of like this weird fantasy area. It kind of reminds me more of like a 3D interpretation of one of the 2D games. Now that I've played Final Fantasy 3 a little more, it feels like a true representation of that in like a 3D environment. There's probably my biggest issue with it is just the technical limitations of the PlayStation 2. I don't think that when this game released that they had quite gotten used to developing for the PS2 yet. And so I don't think they had an idea of how to make this the best mechanically as it could be. I think they fine-tuned that formula by the time they released Final Fantasy 12. So that's probably my biggest thing. I mean, I also don't know how I forgot this, but it's the first fully voiced, well, not fully voiced, but voiced Final Fantasy game as well. And so, you can debate the quality of that voice acting for obvious reasons, but that is definitely a feather in its cap as well. So a big fan of Final Fantasy X.
All right. Yeah, you get no arguments from me on anything you just said, because I have strongly said in the past, I think Final Fantasy X is, if you're new to the series, the perfect place to start. It's the nice kind of bridge between the old and the new. And this matchup is really interesting to me too, because we have two, firsts here in the series. Like you just said, 10 was the first one to, stepped into the next generation on the PlayStation 2. It was the first one to use voice acting. And here we have Final Fantasy 11, which was their first, entry into the MMO world. And actually, I believe this one is I think Final Fantasy 11 is even older than World of Warcraft. So I think it came out like a year or two before. And it definitely has more of an old school MMO feel to it, but it definitely brings that Final Fantasy feel into the MMO genre. And from my understanding, I think it's the first multi-platform game. So what I mean is that you could play the PS2, the Xbox 360 eventually, and the PC could all play together in the same world. I don't think there was another game that was doing that first, but if there was, I'm just not aware of it. It was definitely the first Final Fantasy game. This is an interesting matchup. Now, like I said, Final Fantasy 11 was my game in high school. I mean, this was my first love, really. It brings in that sense of exploration that, we talked about for Final Fantasy 12, and it just explodes it. For the first time, Final Fantasy has such a huge open world that you could travel all around, you can meet other people, you could, and like you hinted at with the cover art, it really brings in that sense of we are a community working together to save the world or whatever it was. Now, when you put this up against 10 in terms of story, it's a no-brainer. It goes to 10. 10 has probably one of the best narratives in the series, and being an MMO of the old school variety, Final Fantasy 11 is a little weaker on the story. I mean, the main story, when you pick your character, you pick a nation, and there's 3 main nations. There's Windurst, Bastuk, and Sendoria. And the main story for the game basically just follows your progression through their ranks. So you get in later with some of the expansions, some more overarching story, but that kind of stuff is not going to stand up to some of these other titles. But what I think Final Fantasy XI does really well is it brings that sense of exploration, that sense of wonder that you like from Final Fantasy. It combines it with one of the coolest and deepest job systems in the game, because it does have the job system, all of the jobs you're familiar with, White Mage, Red Mage, Warrior, but it also has a sub-job system. And the sub-job is always limited to half whatever your main job's level is. So you could be a level 30 Black Mage, level 15 White Mage, and you would have all of the abilities and attributes of that level mage. So it's kind of similar to, like, if you mastered a job in Final Fantasy V, then you could take some of those back over, but instead you get the entire toolkit from that level. And ever since they've upped it to level 99 cap, that just exploded all sorts of different combinations of characters you could make. So not only do you get to create your custom character, which is limited to, again, this was a PS2 game, so you're not going to have the deep customization of like Final Fantasy XIV, But then you could try out some very weird job combinations like Blue Mage, Sub Dragoon. And you really got the feeling that this was your character in the world. And I got to say, and you might even agree with this a little bit, Solois, Final Fantasy XI's got some amazing music. Like those songs when you first step into like your home nation or the place where you first go into an area where you don't know what anything is and you get murdered right away. Those are the kinds of experiences that tie to those musics and just kind of live with you forever. And in my opinion, it is a dated MMO at this point. But just for the time it came out and the experience that I had with it, it is by far one of my favorite Final Fantasies. And yeah, it's so good. In recent years, they've made it a lot more solo friendly and a lot faster. So if you are, for some reason, wanting to play Final Fantasy XI in 2022, it's way easier to jump in and actually go through and play the game by yourself. Because one of the major drawbacks was also kind of a plus back in the day because it was very heavy focused on the party composition. The combat actually utilized skill chains from each other. So like you would use a weapon skill and it would be dependent on the thief in your party to know which skill comboed with that. So that it really focused on communication and teamwork. And it was really, really fun for that era of MMO. But nowadays, with the population dwindling and just, being harder to find a party, they needed to do something. But they have kind of addressed that so you can do pretty much everything with NPCs. So it's a weird one. Final Fantasy XI is definitely a weird Final Fantasy, and they definitely tried some very interesting things. And it laid the groundwork for 14, which we'll talk about later. But yeah, I know a lot of people like to exclude the MMOs, but Final Fantasy XI, I think, is too good not to at least mention as being a really strong title in the series. And if it's something you haven't played, I do wish it was free now. But it's still successful enough. They're still charging people money to play it. And I think their 20th anniversary is coming up in a year or two. So.
And so there is an alternate universe where we did this tournament where we left out the MMOs and we left out 7 Remake, but we included 10.2, 13.2, and Lightning Returns. And I floated that idea to Wolfkinz and Solois, and they shot it down, and I totally understand why. And shot it down sounds harsh. They suggested this way, and I think that was the better way to go. So that alternate universe exists, and Lightning Returns probably ran away with it.
I'm sure it did.
So I think, Solois, we're going to let you take this one, but I want to let Richard chime in with any thoughts first.
My thought is pretty concise. I would have to say I prefer 10 more because you don't have to pay a monthly subscription fee to play it.
Fair enough.
Totally
All
fair.
right.
Okay, does it change your mind if there are somewhat less than legal free servers out there?
Oh. No, it doesn't.
Hey, this is a
It
Disney-sponsored podcast. You'll get that when you listen to it.
I mean, I'd be open to giving it a try. I've just never played it, but I've also played 10, so I'm a little biased on that one.
I'll start off by saying earlier you said that Final Fantasy XI was the first multi-platform Final Fantasy game when the original Final Fantasy came out on the Famicom,
No.
MSX2, and
Okay.
Wonder Swan
No,
Color, and PlayStation 2.
You're not
before
listening.
It came
What
out on that.
I meant was you could all play together. Like the PS2 was playing on the same servers as that was. I mean, that's a huge technological leap. I mean,
Fair
we don't
enough.
even have cross-gen
Fair
games
enough.
today, although that's mainly red tape.
Fair
But
enough.
that I
Okay.
think was huge. That was just one of its big selling points too.
You've obviously never passed a control with anybody. But anyway, I'm voting for Final Fantasy X. I would honestly probably
You're still
vote
on
for
the
Final
same
Fantasy.
system.
I'd probably honestly vote for Final Fantasy XI if it worked properly. Now it's so hard to get into that game because the account system is still set up like it's 2000 whatever, and it's so
Yeah.
clunky. But
They never moved
it's-
off Play Online. That they do need to update that for sure.
I think this is bad placement for 11 because it's hard to go up against 10. I've got my
Yeah.
problems with 10. I think 10 suffers from a similar, not as bad, but similar things as 13 does, where it's kind of a corridor most of the game. So the explorer in you doesn't really get to call to that. But at least in 10, you're moving through different looking areas and getting a world being built. So it's passable in 10. But, it doesn't have my favorite story in the series, but 10 definitely has the best presented story in the series. The way the story's presented, awkward voice acting aside, is just, it's presented, things are revealed when they should be, twists happen when they should, music cues are great. 10 is just a very good package of a game to play. And the systems are interesting. So yeah,
And someday I will get past the Seymour fight on the top of the mountain.
Oh my gosh, that got me my first time. That sucks.
Yeah,
That's
that's a
where
hard fight.
I got derailed there on my most recent far playthrough. But Final Fantasy X is then going to take this one.
Yep.
We are chugging along at these matchups. That is one half of the first round matchup. So I think this is a good place for us to take just a quick break. If you're listening, you need to step away for a bit. It's a good time for that. And we'll come back in just a second and pick back up at the other side of the bracket. All right, so we are back. We just finished up one side of our bracket. We have 4 more first round matchups to get through. And then we're kind of forecasted to just fly through the Elite 8 through the championship. So the next matchup is a bit of a doozy, a couple of powerhouses, I would say. And that is a Final Fantasy VII, which is going to be, if you are one of our many Richard fans of the show, you've been like, where has Richard been? Why has he not talked about a game yet? And we got you covered because Richard, you got Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah.
And so matching up against Final Fantasy VII is probably the favorite to win this whole competition. And that is Final Fantasy III, which is presented by me, which is why
I thought for sure 2 had it. So I don't even know who's going to win now.
Hey, if I put 22 hours into Final Fantasy III and it doesn't win, then what has this all been about?
I don't know.
That's my
Maybe
question.
we need to realign
That's my
our priorities.
So, Richard, why don't you go ahead and kick this one off?
First thing I'm going to say is, if this is a battle of powerhouses, Final Fantasy VII is a nuclear power plant, and Final Fantasy III is a Duracell AAA battery. That's about where I'm at.
Reliable and accessible.
You're gonna need those AAA batteries to power up stuff with remotes.
Okay, well, regardless, this may come as a shock to some of you, but despite being a fan of Final Fantasy VII, I actually haven't played a whole lot of it. In fact, most of my time with Final Fantasy VII has been spent listening to the music. I also got to see them. There was a concert tour called Distant Worlds. They do music from the Final Fantasy series. I got to see them do one.
We've been there.
Awesome.
Oh, good.
We were probably there.
Maybe.
At the one in Denver?
No, we didn't do Denver. We did
Oh.
Chicago and Columbus.
Oh, well, still,
Very
you
nice.
guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
a good time. And I mean, arguably, I would say that Final Fantasy VII had the biggest impact on the series, period. Just because it came out at a time when 3D gaming was kind of in its infancy in the home console market. And we were in the middle of that big leap from 2D to 3D. And they were just coming off the high of Final Fantasy VI, which is kind of where Square really started going in a very, very story-driven direction, really trying to flesh out the characters while also still trying to make a game where the gameplay wasn't getting stale. And that's kind of hard to do, especially with RPGs. And I think that they really hit both of them on the head, because Final Fantasy VII's story is probably one of the best in the entire series, to the point where it's gotten several different spin-off games for several different characters, in addition to being remade here shortly, and not to mention the movie Final Fantasy VII Advent Children, which is a pretty decent watch if you've never seen it. But anyways, in addition to that, I would just say that Final Fantasy VII random battles aside, plot twists, I hate random battles. I hate them with a passion. I am someone that likes to play RPGs specifically more for the story. So when I did play Final Fantasy VII, I played the Nintendo Switch re-release, which was kind of nice because it had a few quality of life improvements, like being able to just blaze through all the random encounters. So I would say that probably the most fun part of combat once you get there is just the materia customization. Just because you can do so much crazy stuff with the amount of materia that you get throughout the game. And I would also say that it's a little bit, I'm not going to call it derivative of the job system, but I would say it's more of a hybrid love child of the job system from Final Fantasy V and the Magicite system from Final Fantasy VI, which we'll definitely get into later. Um, oh man, I'm actually kind of drawing a blank on what to say. There's already been so many points made about this game on so many different other platforms. I'm not going to go out of my way and say it is the perfect Final Fantasy because it's definitely not. I think that there are more compelling villains out there besides Sephiroth, because in all honesty, Sephiroth is just a little emo boy with mommy issues. But I don't know. Other than that, it's a really solid game all around.
Yeah, I don't know that there is, too much of an argument that needs to be made on behalf of Final Fantasy VII at this point, but you hit a lot of those major points, and I completely agree with it. My biggest thing is just because I didn't get a chance to play it until really like the PS4 remaster, and at that point, just the lump of clay character models were super dated, but it was of its time, so you can't really even hold that against it. But as for Final Fantasy III, so this was the first like classic 2D Final Fantasy that I have ever played. And it's also going to hold a special place in my heart, guys, because it was the first Final Fantasy game that I have actually completely finished, and not completely finished like 100%, but just finished the story. And so I'll have that memory of it. It's probably a gateway into playing more of those 2D games, the pixel remasters. I'm super excited about diving into more of those now. But I did like some parts of it, and it wasn't a chore. Well, it wasn't too much of a chore to keep playing it over these past couple of weeks as I was preparing for this. But I think it's just it's shallow. It's a shallow experience overall. And there's a lot of ways that if it were fleshed out more, I would probably enjoy it better. And that's probably, so I'm sure that those are fleshed out in some form in the 3D remake. But being that I played the pixel remaster version, I kind of have to deal with that experience. So overall, like, the job system is the key component to the game mechanics here. And while I love that there's a ton of variety, I hate that it's gated, that you can't choose from the very beginning which jobs that you want your party to take on. I understand the idea of kind of elevating and upgrading as you progress through the game, and like, lore wise, you're becoming more powerful, and that's giving you more access to these jobs. Totally understand that. I am just more of a person that likes to have all of my options from the very beginning if I can. And so that something like that would make me a little higher on this game. I also think in this version, they don't do a good job of really educating you how to play the game. So I'm someone that my experience in learning RPGs was Pokemon growing up. And so in a lot of ways, this gameplay felt super familiar. It felt a lot like that Pokemon kind of formula where you're trying to build a party with certain matchups. The issue being similar to like the early generations of Pokemon, you don't always know what the best matchup is. You kind of have to do that out of game research or, trial and error in the game. And that's just something that's super dated to me at this point. I think there's a nice balance between over tutorializing a game and just kind of throwing you out there and being like, hey kid, try a few different things and find out what works, especially in games like this that nearly require grinding. And if you don't know what to pick and specialize in from the beginning, like, you're gonna be running into walls sooner rather than later. So that's probably one of my biggest issues with it, mechanics wise. The other issue I have is just the story perspective. Like I said, it's super shallow experience where, because you have nameless characters, they don't have a lot of personality. The guest characters that join your party, they don't actually participate in battles with you, so you don't get to like have that experience of working alongside them. And they also just are very limited. And it's an NES game, so it's to be expected. But I think that they try to pay off on those relationships with those guest characters in the end. And they try to add a whole bunch of stakes in this, like, you know, conflict between light and darkness, and add this background in the history that it's not that light is good and darkness is evil. It's that they are two sides of the coin that need to exist in harmony. And if one tries to, you know, push out the other, then it's bad for everyone. And so I do like that theme. I just think that they wait too long to really highlight and pay off on it. So overall, I think there's a lot of really good things in Final Fantasy III that they very clearly were inspired from in some of the great things that they did in later installments. And so I'm very glad that this game exists. I had a good time with it. I'm probably not going to play it again though, because it just wasn't that great of an experience. So, you know, as much as I would like another champion in the second round here, I would probably go with 7 myself between these two options. And so Wolfkinz, Solois, what do you think between those two? Any thoughts to add to the conversation? I think we're all kind of unanimous that 7's probably going to take this one.
Yeah, I mean, without Final Fantasy VII, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. I mean, it's what brought Final Fantasy to the West. Like, it's just what is. I mean, sure, it was here before, but 7 is what really popularized it with an American audience. And Final Fantasy III, as it is, never came here until it was remade as 3Ds. So, I mean, I think just the fact that we have a list of 16 here, we owe a lot of that to Final Fantasy VII. It was a lot of people's first introduction into the series. It's a lot of people's favorite introduction into the series. It's a very solid game, and as you pointed out, Richard, it's spawned more spin-offs than anything else, and rightfully so, because the substance is there. The game is great, the characters are interesting, and you know, Sephiroth, while sure, like you called him what, an emo with mommy issues, but he's just awesome though. I mean, he's just cool. So yeah, I think this one has to go to Final Fantasy VII.
Solois, anything to chime in with?
I'm going to start by saying I go with Final Fantasy VII, so no one yells at me. But I need to put some respect on 3's name.
That's not going to stop me.
I'm going to put some respect on 3's name. 3 is the game I'm most nostalgic for, which is weird because it's not even the oldest one I've played. I have so many great memories with 3 because I played it first on DS, which, by the way, is probably the objectively better version. It's a lot harder, but the characters all have like names and stories and everything and arcs. So that hole was kind of filled there. But, you know, and the story is not very complex. But I can't really say anything objectively great about 3. I think it's a fine game, but like subjectively, I have so many memories of sitting at a computer with my DS, just watching Let's Plays and this learning the game, which granted they should teach you in the game, but those memories I love about 3. Now that's not to say 7 is my third favorite in the series. I love 7. It's obviously 7, but it's a tough one because honestly on this list, if 3 was up against most of these other games, I would have picked it, but it's up against 7, which is probably going to win the whole bracket. So I love 3. I think it's a fantastic game. The job system is not as good as 5's, but is fun and fun to experiment with. I've played the game multiple times doing different jobs and everything, and it's a good amount of challenge in a turn-based setting. And I agree. I agree, though, that random battles are archaic and need to go away. I don't like them either. But, you know, that's a problem with most of these games. And 3's Encounter 8 can be kind of messy sometimes. But... yeah. It's a pretty good one. It's a pretty good one.
It has its bright moments. I do think, I mean, I went the entire game. Literally, it was the final boss battle where I learned that you could cast cure spells on the entire party and not just individual.
Oh no.
That is rough.
So you played on hard mode.
Ooh.
I pretty much did. And I even after I did that, though, I had this thought. I was like level 50. The guide, I wasn't working from a guide, but I occasionally checked in if I did stumble at some places. It said, like you could beat this fight at 50, but 55 would probably be good. And I was at like 52. And I finally learned that you can switch over to curing the entire party. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is going to make it so easy. And then I still got my butt whooped again after learning that. And I had to grind a couple more levels. Finally got it. I was down to my final character. And so there are good things. But we're unanimous on Final Fantasy VII. It's not really a surprise. So
at least you didn't come in having to say, "Did you guys know you could use Phoenix Downs in battles?"
Yeah, it wasn't quite that bad. So Final Fantasy VII, the number 2 overall seed, knocks out the 15 seed in Final Fantasy III. Next matchup, I'm looking forward to this one, guys. We have Final Fantasy VIII and Final Fantasy V. So
who's the
taking
Final Fantasy V person?
I am the Final Fantasy V man.
All right, I'm looking forward to this.
I'll
Have
let
at
you
it,
go.
guys.
You can go first.
I'm gonna get my
This is gonna
popcorn.
yeah, I was gonna say this one is actually going to be pretty tough, because while I do have respect for Final Fantasy VIII for expanding on a lot of the storytelling in Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy V really shines for me due to one factor primarily, and that is the job system. Because while some later Final Fantasy games have like 20 different characters you can have in your party, Final Fantasy V boils it down to 5, one of which gets replaced at some point. So for the most part, you're only taking 4 people into battle, but that's where the job system really shines, because once you find a job, you can slap it on any character you want. Like if you want to have Bart's the one of the main characters, if you want to have him be a warrior one battle and then be a black mage the next, you're free to do that. And you're free to take whatever job you want, and you're free to grind it out until they're max level for that job, and they can upgrade it to a different job. And the customizability of it is just absolutely fantastic. Now, in terms of story, I'm going to say Final Fantasy V slightly lacks, because it kind of falls back on the trope of there's 4 crystals. They're not bright. You need to make them bright again, which is like half of the early Final Fantasy games. But this is one of those examples where the gameplay really makes up for everything else that could be considered wrong with the game. And it speaks volumes, especially when Final Fantasy V did not have a North American release on the Super Nintendo. It was not released in North America until the PS1 port years later. And even with that couple years gap of people not really having access to it a couple years earlier, there are still a lot of people out there that will consider it the best classic Final Fantasy game. Like, speaking 1 through 6, they consider it the best classic Final Fantasy, specifically for the strength of the job system.
Okay. Yeah, I liked the job system in that as well. I think that as far as if you've got a job system, I think it's probably as close to perfect as they've done in the series. It took what was really good about Final Fantasy III's system and kind of put an extra layer of customization on it that really helps elevate that to the next level, for sure. You'll get no arguments on the job system from me. Are we ready to talk about 8? Because I can do that all day.
Oh, yeah, let's jump into
All right.
8.
Full disclosure, Final Fantasy VIII is my favorite. Like, it is my favorite on this list. I know it's not the most popular game, but it is my absolute favorite. And it wasn't the first one I played. 7 was the first one I played, but this was the first one I ever actually owned myself. And it was my first game on PlayStation. And I didn't actually know I needed a memory card because I was used to like Super Nintendo. So I played the beginning of this game about 15 times just because I had to keep starting over. But what can I say about Final Fantasy VIII? It gets a lot of negative press, and it is kind of an interesting one because it's sandwiched in between 7 and 9, which a lot of people kind of hold up as like pillars of the Final Fantasy community. But I think what 8 does well, it does really well. Now, we've talked a lot about story on this episode, and Final Fantasy VIII has one of the most wacky, out there, yet coherent stories. Like, it all makes sense. But as you get into the back half of the game, things just start getting more and more kind of out there. But I love it. Like, it makes it to where it's not super predictable. Like you said, a lot of the early ones have a very predictable path. And 8 kind of goes off the rails. Things happen. At the end of the first disc, your main character gets stabbed and it looks like he dies. And that's like a fourth of the way through the game. The systems themselves, I know is controversial. The junction system, I personally, it's one of my favorite systems. It actually reminds me a lot of the materia system and the fact that you're junctioning different things to stats that increase or decrease this and give your characters different stat bonuses or negatives based on what you're doing. And because you're junctioning magic itself, that's also the list of magic they can use. Now, there's some debate about whether or not the itemization of magic was a good idea, and probably not. It is a little bit weird. But I do like the idea that you draw your magic out from the world around you. It kind of gives that sense of like, we get fire magic, we get earth magic from the environment. And I really like kind of the idea behind that. But it also, we got to hand it to Final Fantasy VIII for some of the things it did firsts as well. This was the first Final Fantasy game with actual, like, a full voiced things. Like, it wasn't fully voiced, but it has a lyrical song in it. It was the first one where they took that not graphical, but that technological step and actually had voices in the game for an extended period of time. It was not Limp Bizkit, no. It's Eyes on Me, which is
negative
one of the best songs. I know. But it also introduced kind of what would become a staple in a lot of these going forward, but the overarching mini game. And if anyone on this show tells me that Triple Triad is not the best Final Fantasy mini game, then you're just wrong.
You've never played the frog game from
it's
Final
amazing.
Fantasy
This game, the Triple Triad, it's a card game inside the game that is so fleshed out. Each region of the world has its own rules. And from you traveling around the world can spread or abolish rules from different places based on who you play with and how you play. And there's so much that goes into that. The game is so good, they took Triple Triad, they put it in Final Fantasy XIV as the card game that you play in there. So there's that. The gameplay, I think, is I love the characters. The story is one of my favorites. I'm a big softie. The fact that it's a romance and it's just a love story between the two main characters. I love that. And I love that your protagonist is he's like your reluctant hero. I like that. Like, he's not like, I'm going to save the crystals, I'm going to save the world. And I like that the characters and the people around him, specifically Renoa, the girl that is the main, protagonist, their main female protagonist, has to draw him out and draw him into the light. And it's just the arc that they go through is, I think, beautiful. I will give it to 5 as far as systems go. I do think the job system is better in 5. But as far as story, the technological things, what it did to help move the series forward, and Triple Triad, I got to give this one to 8.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I want to mention one thing I forgot to mention about 5, and that's Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh is absolutely hilarious. I can't believe I forgot to mention that.
He is hilarious. In Final Fantasy VIII, he comes back as a pseudo ally that can either one-shot your enemies or do 1 damage, whether or not he procs Excalibur or Excalibur, which I like too.
So I think I'm gonna go ahead and take the decision-making role on this one. But Solois, do you have anything to chime in with on these?
So, Final Fantasy VIII is not one of my favorites, controversial to his opinion. It is his favorite, but Final Fantasy VIII is one of those games that I used to hate with all my heart, kind of the same way he hates 9, just because it was hilarious. But in the
I don't
past
hate
years,
9.
yeah, but it's like that's my point. Like I don't actually hate it, but I always acted like I hated it. I don't like it. I will say I don't like it, but I want to. And like last February, I tried a streaming challenge where I was going to stream the whole game, and I got one stream in, and I just wasn't streaming, and the reason was because I just didn't want to play 8, which made me not want to stream. So I quit streaming for like a week. So I had to quit, and it's just that's the thing about 8. I don't know. It's just a game I don't think is for me. It has character archetypes that I hate. I like the idea of Renoa bringing Squall out of that whole, you know, annoying emo phase.
Whatever.
But like exact that stuff. Like the beginning of the game is like I can't read his dialogue without cringing, and that's why I said Jack from Stranger of I almost said Soldier of Paradise. Stranger of Paradise is just like that, but like a parody. Final Fantasy VIII doesn't feel like a parody, which I don't think Stranger of Paradise is meant to, but it's just so bad it's great. But I can't get past that, and even in my last playthrough, I used to hate the junction system. I've come around to thinking it doesn't seem, on the surface level of what I played in that one stream, it didn't seem that bad from what I remembered, but the drawing, I hate it. I think it's clunky. Does a lot of what the problem with 3 is, where you have to grind your job levels at the beginning. You used to have to sit still and draw magic off of enemies. You can draw it from stuff. The idea of it, of like how you explained it, of drawing magic from the world, that idea is so awesome. But it's just so slow to me. And if it's pausing progression through the game, I don't like paused progression to level grind ever. Like a lot of my favorite Final Fantasy games, I feel like you don't need to do that. You can just like streamline through it. And if you play your cards smart, you'll get powerful enough to get through the game. I don't like having to pause combat to draw magic.
Well,
I
will
like
say
that.
you don't have to, but with 8 going up against 5, I think that's a problem they both suffer from. Because for all of the positives of the job system, because there are so many, and if you want to utilize the benefits, you have to master the job. There's a lot of grinding in 5. And I really like that. But if you want to, yeah, it's a lot of grinding.
I didn't grind a lot when I play 5, because the first time I did, because I didn't have a plan. But every time I play job 5 now, I know exactly who I want to have what, so I don't grind. Because by the time I get to the part where I need the benefits, it's all the job I've had. I've planned it out. They're max level. And if I am grinding, I'm grinding just a little bit to get like the chicken knife really powerful or something to flee from battles, or the brave sword, whatever it's called. So I didn't feel that issue as much with 5. But I hate to do this because you know it's the answer. I'm going with 5. I think it is one of the best classic Final Fantasy games. As far as story, it's not, but as far as actually playing a game, it is easily the best. It is just so fun, strategic.
You're dead to me.
It's great. You know how much I love 5.
Our podcast is canceled.
We are seeing a family torn asunder in front of us. So I think really good arguments being made and highlighting a lot of really good things in both games, but maybe some shortcomings as well. I've not really played either of them. I will say Squall was the first Final Fantasy character like I was aware of, because like I mentioned, my introduction to Final Fantasy was through Kingdom Hearts, and I didn't even recognize the Final Fantasy X characters on the island as Final Fantasy characters. But then once Squall as Leon in that universe, for some reason, steps out with his gunblade, it was just like the most badass moment of my young life, and I was sold. And then I did try to play 8. I think 8 was one that I maybe tried to play even before 10. And the opening cinematic was awesome.
Oh my god! And what is it? Liberi Fatale. Oh, that song.
Yes,
so
yeah. So that's my memory of 8. I really have nothing from 5, though Richard did make some good points there. But I still think that 8 has it's a little more fleshed out. I think that the story is also a big factor for me. And with 8, I've heard great things about its story, to varying levels of positivity, but overall seems like a deeper experience, and that's where I would go with this one.
Are you the tiebreaker decider on this one? Because
I am. So 8 is going to move up to the second round.
Don't worry, Solois. It's up against 7. It's not going any further.
And that was our 7 seed over the 10 seed, which was Final Fantasy V. So Moving on, we have another pretty interesting matchup, I think, and that is Final Fantasy VI. And who's taking that one?
Oh, this is a monologue, right? And this
This
Richard?
is the monologue. This
This
is the Richard special monologue. Final Fantasy VI versus the OG Final Fantasy 1. So Richard, go ahead and give us your take on these two.
is like making me choose which son's my favorite. This is just evil. So I actually did completely play through Final Fantasy 1 a couple months ago through the Pixel remaster, and I had an absolutely great time with it. But for the sake of this review, I would like to base both of these games off of their original releases. So I did go and play the NES Final Fantasy, and I did go and play the Super Nintendo Final Fantasy VI, or as it was released in the West, Final Fantasy III, because Square can't count. And Final Fantasy 1, I mean, credit is due where it is due. This is the OG. This is what got the series started. And it's an amazing story too, because Hironobu Sakaguchi, Square was not doing well at the time. They were basically on the verge of financial collapse. So Hironobu Sakaguchi came to the big bosses and said, "Let me make this game. I can turn this entire company around." They were like, "Bet." And he did. It was literally his final chance at making something that would work. And it did. It spawned an entire franchise. And the first Final Fantasy, in terms of story, pretty basic. It is, you are 4 light warriors. You have 4 crystals. Go make them work again. Have fun. And, I mean, you wake up outside of a town. You've got a couple bucks on you. You go and you equip yourself, and you're just kind of thrown into the world without any sort of direction. Everything is really up to you to discover. And a great example of that is in the very beginning, right after you defeat Garland and go back to the castle. If you do not talk to the princess right then and there, you don't get the loot, and the loot is a very, very important item that you need to beat the game. So if you just skip that, then congratulations, you've essentially blocked yourself from winning the game until you go and talk to her. And back in the day, if you didn't have a game guide or anything like that, you were just kind of lost and you really weren't sure what to do. But this is also the kind of game where like you have to talk to the townspeople, or in particular with Final Fantasy 1, the dancing girl by the fountain in Cornelia is the one that usually gave out all the hints. And aside from that, I mean, you rescue Sarah from Garland in the very beginning, and then when you cross that bridge, you're greeted with probably one of the most iconic sequences in RPGs. You get that cutscene where it shows your characters walking over the hill, and then it goes and so that journey began, the 4 light warriors and all that stuff. And it kind of really hit you like, okay, I just fought a boss and I just rescued one person, but there's still a whole world for me to explore. And there is. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff going on. I mean, you've got the first couple towns that you visit and you get your pirate ship. That's cool and everything. But then you randomly walk into a desert and there's just an airship chilling there. And then the game really opens up. And then you go and you'd find out that there's actually a giant flying fortress that you get to go and visit too. So it really opens up kind of out of nowhere. But unfortunately, it is all just completely destroyed by the bugs, because the first Final Fantasy was unfortunately a very buggy game. And I understand that they were just starting out and things aren't going to be perfect. But one of the biggest gripes I had always had with the original NES version, is that you will go to attack an enemy, and if you have multiple people attack it and it dies, that 4th guy is just going to attack a blank space. That makes absolutely no sense. It is frustrating. It is just pure, unadulterated evil on parts of the creator. But of course, this was also the first Final Fantasy, so you really can't hold it against them too much. I mean, they fixed that as soon as the second game was released. They were still developing the way the battle system works. And in terms of story, so I touched on the Light Warriors. Then it just turns into, okay, go fight these 4 guys to make the crystals work again. Oh, wait, the 4 guys sent Garland back in time so he could send them forward in time and create a time loop where he just becomes chaos. time to go kill chaos. And then what I think is really tragic is the way the game ends, because it's like, congratulations, you saved the world and everything by traveling 2,000 years into the past. Unfortunately, because you solved the time loop, no one on the face of the earth knows that you guys did anything. So you did it. Yay.
That sounds familiar. Did Ocarina of Time take that?
I don't know. That's a bold claim.
I actually loved that because I remember thinking it was like the one really thing that stuck out to me with the story. I was like, oh, wow, this has been such a kind of a lighthearted game. And they hit you with, your people forgot you. You're lost to time. And I was like, I just wasn't expecting it. I kind of liked that little twist at the end.
Yeah, it is a good twist, honestly. And that's about all I can say for the first game. Like, bugs aside, it's the OG. Like, respect is due where it is due, and I do respect it. Unfortunately, everything that Final Fantasy 1 did, Final Fantasy 6 did a million times better. I mean, because it's the 6th game in the series. They had years to really iron out what they wanted to do with the series. But in terms of story, this is where I start to stand, because I stand Final Fantasy 6. The story of this game is the best of the classic Final Fantasy games, and I would argue probably the best of this entire bracket, simply because, for those that aren't familiar, I'll give a very brief overview. So, the opening crawl in this game is absolutely amazing. It shows that this is a world where there was a war fought over magic and the usage of magic. And the war happened like thousands of years ago. And right now you're starting off in a world that's kind of going through an industrial revolution. Everything's steam powered, but there's this ominous empire in the distance that is slowly taking hold of everything, and you don't know anything about them. And this game opens up with two of these Empire soldiers and a girl named Terra, known as Tina in the original version. But Terra's got the little crown on her head that's basically just a mind control device. She's being used by the Empire because she is a natural magic user. That is something that does not occur in this world. And so the Empire is using her to their advantage, and they are going to raid a city called, I think it's Narsha or Narshi. I don't know. I haven't bothered to look, but they are on the open. They are taking these giant mechs because they are going to go invade this mine shaft where there's this thing called an Esper. An Esper is like an animal that can naturally use magic, essentially. And they want it for Empire reasons. But the Esper breaks the crown on Terra, and the Terra from there kind of starts getting her memories back. And the entire time she's on the run from the Empire, there's a man chasing her named Kefka. Kefka was a soldier of the Empire, and the Empire decided to start experimenting with taking the magic from Espers and infusing it into people. And they tried it with Kefka, and unfortunately it worked, but it also turned Kefka insane. Kefka is essentially the Final Fantasy equivalent of the Joker.
I was going Green Goblin, but that works.
Yeah, with a few twists. So I don't want to get into the nitty gritty of everything, but essentially what ends up happening is Terra and her friends kind of unite to make sure that the Empire can't use magic for their ill designs. But unfortunately, while they try to find a gateway to the Esper world to make sure that none of the other Espers can be used for magic, the Empire follows them, they ambush them, and they basically find a way to take control of magic. But in a last-minute twist, Kefka takes the entire leader of the Empire, kills him, takes control of all magic on the planet, and essentially wins. Kefka is the one bad guy in the entire Final Fantasy series who really truly wins. He takes control of all magic on the planet, and he's God, essentially. He becomes ruler of the planet. And the second half of the game is actually you trying to get your party back together in this broken ass world and trying to actually go take out Kefka, because he's literally living on top of a tower sniping people with a giant laser that don't agree with him. I mean, he literally wins. Like for that second half of the game, for a while there, he just wins. And then when you actually have to go and kill him, he's gotten to the point where he has transcended into godhood, and he has become so mentally deranged that he thinks that the only purpose he has left is to just discontinue all life as it is known, because he is just full on nihilist at that point. Like, he thinks that absolutely nothing should exist. So you have a compelling villain who actually, for the most part, achieves his goal. And you just you don't see anything like that in any of the other Final Fantasies. I mean, it is honestly, the second half of the game is honestly a pretty depressing note, because you have to like get your party back together. You have to brush off the feelings of failure that you might have, and you have to at least try one last time to save the world. It's your last ditch effort. If you do not succeed, you are just straight up screwed. And on top of that, Kefka's also got the best final boss music in the entire series. One Winged Angel is good, but One Winged Angel is not Dancing Mad. That is Kefka's song, and it is also 16 minutes long with 4 different movements, and it is an absolute masterpiece. So, story aside, because I've just gone off the rails with that. I could go on all day, but story aside, the gameplay, it doesn't have the strength of the job system that was fleshed out in Final Fantasy V, but what it lacks in jobs, it makes up for in a system called relics, where you can equip 2 relics per person, and all the relics do specific things. And some relics can only be equipped by certain characters. Like, there's the sprint shoes that lets everyone just basically permanently run, and those can be equipped by everyone. However, there's also a very good charm called the Moogle charm that can be equipped by a character called Mog, and it is honestly the best power-up in any Final Fantasy game because it eliminates all random encounters, and that makes me so happy.
Applause.
But aside from that, I mean, there's a billion different relics. There's support ones. There's one that add command. There's others that will change your stats. There's like one that will make it so that when you're walking on the world map, your character regains HP for every step. So you could go hog wild with all the relics that you get. But on top of that, all the characters that you get, they all really contribute something special. Like, I mean, Terra, she is the one magic user for like the first half of the game. Once you start having Magicite introduced into the story, other characters can use Magicite to either infuse themselves with magic, or they can use it to summon espers to fight on your behalf in battle. But let's see, Terra is the magic user. Locke, he's kind of your thief character. Edgar, he uses like, I would say guns, but it's more like crossbows. And his brother Sabin is the most iconic character in the game in terms of fighting, because this is the man that has the ability to suplex a train. Which is by far the most iconic thing that's come out of this game. As a matter of fact, Square caught grief because they were showing previews of the Pixel remaster, and when Sabin suplexed the train didn't flip over, and everyone said, "Hey, you have to fix that. That's a game. That's basically a game-breaking bug at that point."
Oh yeah.
Let me see here. Sorry, I'm trying to remember all the characters in the game.
There's like 40. There's
no,
a lot.
That's Chrono Cross. That's a
Well,
different.
true.
But,
there is a lot. I think this one has the
there
biggest
are.
cast of characters, though.
It does have a pretty big cast. And what's really cool is at one point in the game, you essentially split up into 3 different parties, and you have 3 different stories. And aside from all the praises that I could sing for 6, I'll just sum it up as this. Final Fantasy 1 started the series, but Final Fantasy 6 really took the series to new heights in terms of story, some gameplay, and just overall satisfaction. And I'm curious to hear what everyone else has to say about it.
Sure. So I'll go ahead and hop in. I think that, I mean, you sold it, you sold 6 incredibly well. I think you paid respect to 1, but to me, it's obvious. It seems like 6, and I don't have a lot of personal experience with these games, but it seems like 6 just really did a lot to elevate the series. And while obviously the original did a lot in establishing the series, it seems like the leaps that were made with 6 are just truly impressive. So that's where I would go with my vote.
Yeah, I agree. I always thought this one was kind of a no-brainer. 6 moving on. I mean, Final Fantasy 1 should be a first-round drop. I mean, it just should. But if it didn't do its job. Everything should be getting better from there. So, like, whatever you put it up against, there's almost always something you can say, yeah, 1 did this, but it's because of 1. Look at all this cool stuff we got. So, yeah, I think this one's a no-brainer. 6 moving on. No disrespect to 1. But I think that the fact is that 1 did its job well, and that's why it's hard to compare it and put it above almost any of the other ones.
Solois, anything to chime in with?
Final Fantasy VI is my 4th favorite and is probably objectively the best in the series. It's fantastic. It is everything you said about it gushing is absolutely correct. There's hardly any wrongdoings in the game. I love Final Fantasy VI a lot. But the 3 I like better just edge it out a little bit. But Final Fantasy VI is just absolutely a fantastic game. It deserves all the love in the world it could ever get.
Awesome. So 6 is going to be moving on with a respectful, tip of the hat to Final Fantasy 1. But Final Fantasy 6 is our 3 seed, moving up over the 14 seed. So no surprise really there. Moving into the final matchup of the first round, which I actually think is a pretty interesting one here. That's going to be our MMO guy, Wolfkinz, representing Final Fantasy 14, which we've already heard you reference a few times in the tournament. It hasn't even come up yet, versus the one game we probably haven't heard mentioned yet to this point, which is Final Fantasy 15. Soloist.
Yeah.
Nope, Soloist, you first.
No, you're going first.
No.
No, I've got to clean
You're my
up dog.
younger brother.
I've got to clean up dog vomit. You go first.
Come on now. Okay. Okay. Final Fantasy 14. Before I start, I just want to say let's take the, yes, let's put it on the table. This one does have a monthly subscription, just like 11. But in almost every aspect, Final Fantasy 14 is the ultimate Final Fantasy. And no other game has had especially in this series, has had a redemption arc like Final Fantasy 14. When this game came out, it was hot garbage. Like, it was not good. I pre-ordered this game. I was so excited about it and couldn't play it more than a couple weeks. But what they've done here is they've put together an amazing dev team led by Yoshi P, and they have not only rebuilt themselves, flourished like a phoenix from the ashes, but they have become what is arguably probably the number 1 MMO on the market today. And there's very good reason for that. Not only is this probably one of the most accessible MMOs for new players with, a very generous free trial up to level 60, including the award-winning first expansion Heavensward. But what it does best is it takes the best parts of all of the Final Fantasies and puts them together in one truly amazing package. It takes the best elements of the story plots. The whole game has a MSQ, which stands for main story quests, and it's just a story. Like, you go through some of the MMO elements, but it is a story and one of the best narratives in the entire series, especially playing all the way from A Realm Reborn through Endwalker. And you had mentioned earlier about Final Fantasy III and the way that you kind of liked that, the story with the balance of light and the balance of dark. That is the story of the Shadowbringers expansion, is that they visit this other place where there has been a flood of light, and all of the things you are fighting are light-based, and you are no longer the warriors of light, you're the warrior of darkness. And it really puts you in the world. It makes you feel truly heroic. You start out as an adventurer, and by the end, you feel like a main character in a Final Fantasy game. It has more content than any other Final Fantasy game. And pretty much anything you like about a Final Fantasy game, you can find in Final Fantasy XIV. There's a gold saucer. You can go to the gold saucer and you can do chocobo racing. You can play Triple Triad. You can play all sorts of other games. There is a boss fight against Kefka in this game. Everything that you can think of it is at some point represented in Final Fantasy. Even Final Fantasy VIII's draw system is represented in one of the boss fights that is themed around Final Fantasy VIII. Not only that, it does crossovers with other series. Like it's the ultimate Final Fantasy. That's just all there is to say. It is the ultimate Final Fantasy. And again, yes, it has a subscription, but you can play the base game and the first expansion without paying a dime. So
You said
owe
that
it yourself
wrong.
to do that.
You said that
I said
wrong.
it. I said it while you're cleaning up dog vomit.
No, you said that last part wrong.
What do you mean?
You said you can play. You should have said, how does it go? You can play the award-winning through the award-winning. There's a saying. There's a joke.
Yeah, I
There's a
said
joke.
that when you
can't
stepped
remember.
away at the beginning. That's why I started with. But yeah,
Oh.
I think. And
Oh.
even Final Fantasy 15 that you're getting ready to talk about, that awesome car is a mount you can get in Final Fantasy 14. It is the ultimate Final Fantasy. Just it is. That's go ahead, Solois. Your turn.
Okay, so I'll start off this by saying I'm going to pick 14 over it, even though I don't like it as good. For every reason he just said, is because it is like Final Fantasy 9 was to the series when it came out, how it had like music from Final Fantasy 2 in the last dungeon and had enemies named after people, had the four fiends, callbacks. That's what Final Fantasy 14 does, the same thing on like a much grander scale. Final Fantasy 14 is just a love letter to the series. If you like Final Fantasy, you like Final Fantasy 14. There's just no question. But Final Fantasy 15 is one of the most mixed games in the series and is my second favorite. I love the heck out of Final Fantasy 15. I love the story of the characters. I'm not going to talk about the ending because if you've not seen it, you have to see it for yourself. And the ending is so amazing. The payoff is so worth it. The combat system is so smooth. Swapping between weapons like that is so fun. Warp battling, it's so awesome. And Final Fantasy 15 changed myself as a gamer because I used to love games like, the PS1 era of just turn-based games, random battles, give it to me. Final Fantasy 15 made me realize how much I love open world action RPG games. Like it segued me into playing games like Elden Ring, which I love. I play Breath of the Wild, which isn't the same because it doesn't have systems, but those open world games like that with quests, equipment, all of that kind of stuff, not on the scale of an MMO where you're overbeared, but just giving you stuff to do. He beat Final Fantasy 15 before me because he got to it and beat it. He was yelling at me because I wouldn't beat it to talk about the ending because I was so caught up in the side quests. I loved that game that much. 15 was awesome to me. Had a great cast of characters. I would pick it if it was up against anything but 9 and I guess 14. I can't, objectively speaking, pick it over 14 because of how I love 14. I fall off of it from sometimes because I'm not the greatest fan of how the story is presented. It is one of the greatest stories ever, but the presentation bothers me sometimes. But there's no lying that it's a fantastic game, especially as a Final Fantasy fan. It's hard.
And that's you without
pick.
having hit Endwalker yet.
That's
Or
true.
it
That's
just
me
gets
without
better.
having concluded the story.
Yeah.
So 14, I mean, it's a must if you're a Final Fantasy fan, even in the slightest. It's a must.
It's a great game.
Awesome. So a couple of good ones, it sounds like. But yeah, if one side's yielding, it's hard to disagree with that.
It's tough.
I haven't dived into 14. I'm not a huge MMO guy, so I'm not even confident that I ever will, if I'm being honest. But you do make a good sell as far as like how it is worth it and how it does kind of bring in all of these elements of these games that we've talked about today. 15 I will eventually play, I know that, because who doesn't love a bro road trip?
Exactly. It's so good.
So with respect to the arguments, though, I will go with 14 as well. Richard, though, I will give you final say on this one. So if you want to veto the three of us, you have that power.
No, that doesn't seem fair.
Imagine the upset.
Hey, it wouldn't be an upset for
No,
me. My heart
what
wants
I'm
to
going
say
to
15.
What I'm going to say is this. I have not played either of them. So you all sound like you make a pretty strong argument for 14. And personally, I'm going to lead 14 because then we get to debate 6 versus 14. And I think that is going to be a much, much harder debate than
That
this
is-
was.
I like the way this guy thinks.
Yeah, good move. All right,
14.
so 14, we get an MMO in the Elite 8. Very nice to see. I don't know that any of the sequels, well, 10-2 may have had a shot at the Elite 8 in that alternate universe, but who knows? So here we are, our Elite 8. I will list through them, and then we can take another brief break as a nice pausing point for anyone who's trying to plug their way through this conversation in multiple sessions. So our Elite 8 as it stands, we have Final Fantasy 9, Final Fantasy 4, Final Fantasy 13, Final Fantasy 10, Final Fantasy 7. I'm saying Final Fantasy every time because that's the title. Final Fantasy 8, Final Fantasy 6, and Final Fantasy 14. So a nice group there. Maybe one Cinderella still hanging around at this point in time, but who knows when that's going to end. So like I said, we'll take a quick break right now. And when we come back, we'll fire through that Elite 8 all the way through to the champion. All right, welcome back. We are now to our Elite 8. Only 8 games remaining in our Final Fantasy Sweet 16 March Madness tournament. Things are getting heated up right now. Let's jump into the first matchup of this second round, which is going to be Final Fantasy 9 and Final Fantasy 4.
All right,
Okay.
Solois, listen. All right, listen. This is a tough one. This is a tough one because I personally like Final Fantasy IV better than 9.
That's ridiculous.
Hold on. You wait. You wait. I respect your elders. I personally like Final Fantasy IV better than Final Fantasy 9. I like stuff with a little bit darker tone, and some of the characters in Final Fantasy 9 make me want to beat my head against a wall. That being said, I do think Final Fantasy 9 pulls ahead on this one because I think that, God, this is going to hurt. I think that the story that it presents is slightly better up until the last, boss battle where it runs into a wall and then drives off a cliff. But I do think that in general,
ridiculous.
Final Fantasy 9 should beat out Final Fantasy 4 on this one.
Okay. Well, my opinion is that absolutely nothing. Final Fantasy IV is a fantastic game, and I love it. I truly do. It does absolutely nothing better than 9 at all, slightly. Final Fantasy IV and Final Fantasy 9 are very similar games, but they are, they pull a lot from each other. But, when you think about gameplay, story, everything, it's no contest.
Well, Final Fantasy IV doesn't have Steiner, so that's a pretty big positive.
Steiner is amazing, and you are wrong for hating him.
Stupid metal
You are
shorts.
wrong. You are wrong. You are wrong.
Yeah,
You like
9.
Squall. Your argument is invalid. Anyway, Final Fantasy 9, and you said you like darker stories. Final Fantasy 9 gets pretty messed up in that game. There are multiple occasions where kingdoms get massacred, just like in 4. I think they're pretty equal on that ground. But it's just like you said, or we said multiple times. I don't think there's a single game before 9 from like 6 down that can 7, without 7 and 8 included, 6 down that can really compare, because 9 is a love letter to them. And in my opinion, it does everything they did better, with the exception of antagonist. That'll always go to Kefka. But
yeah, 9 does what 14 does. So 9 was like the love letter for the PS1 era, whereas 14 is the love letter for the entire saga nowadays. So I do appreciate what it was trying to do. Especially with pulling from all of the past entries. So yeah, I think 9 gets
the
this
biggest
one.
problem with 4 though is just like,
I'm agreeing with you. What are you arguing with?
The systems in 4, like 4 is a good story, but it's aged really badly because it's very like that's like very copy and paste generic fantasy story at this point with the series. And the battle system alone, like, is great in 4 because it's ATB just like 9, but the systems is basically just level up, get a new spell, call it a day. Like, that's basically it. So as far as all of that goes, it's just no contest in my mind with this one.
So it sounds like this is another one. It's pretty clear. We're going to go with 9. Any objections? All right.
Not for me.
All right. So 9 is going to be our first entry into the Final Four. The
This
Final
next one's gonna
Fantasy
be-
4.
I think this next one's going to be a slam dunk too.
This next
We'll
one is
see.
a doozy. And actually, this is Richard had to tear his heart in half between Final Fantasy 6 and Final Fantasy 1. This is kind of doing that to me with this matchup, which is Final Fantasy 13 and Final Fantasy 10. 2 of my personal favorites. I haven't played all of these, so it's not like a long list of ones that I actually have personal experience with, but these 2 I definitely have a lot of personal experience with. And they're very similar because they both have these grand stakes, like the world is at risk, which is obviously not unique to these ones in the Final Fantasy series, but I love the combination. I touched on it with the Final Fantasy 13 in the first round, about how there's these grand stakes, but they still tie back to these like intimate relationships. And you can say the same thing of Final Fantasy X. So the story and the relationships in both are what really sold me on them. While I love the paradigm system in Final Fantasy 13, it still has its flaws. It is incredibly long. It is too long. And that is an issue in my opinion, because games like RPGs that require there to be a certain amount of grinding already are kind of artificially long. So to then add on a lot of story and a lot of very, very limited, we talked about the hallway aspect of Final Fantasy 13. It's for it to be so long and like a cutscene, like every 30 seconds of gameplay, like it really does take its toll on you. And so I don't have that issue with Final Fantasy X as much. Like there are meaningful cutscenes and there is, development that happens along the way, but it's never wearing out its welcome, in my opinion. So while they're both very similar in my book, I would respectfully go with Final Fantasy X here, with making the nod up to the Final Four. Anyone have any opinions to jump in with in this matchup?
No, I agree. Let's just skip Solois because we know he hates 13, so he's a force voting for 10. But no, yeah, I agree with everything you said. I think 10's probably it should be the one to move on, if only for the ending. The ending itself, it's so memorable. I can't tell you exactly what happened in the end of 13, but the ending of 10 I will be thinking about until I'm like 80.
Well, not only that, but another way to think of it is 10 is a bit of a love letter to what made Final Fantasy, but it is also the ushering in of a new era of Final Fantasy.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah, so Final Fantasy
I definitely
10
go with
jumping in
10.
No, we don't need to hear from you, Solo. We already know.
It's a better game in every way. That's all I have to say.
Awesome. All right.
I'm going to make this next one really easy for you guys. I personally think Final Fantasy VIII is a better game. I like it, but I cannot sit and argue that it has done more for the series than Final Fantasy VII. So that's going to be my vote on the next one. So if you want to debate it, go ahead, but I will abstain from that and give my vote to 7.
Oh man, I wanted to hear a long discussion about the battle of the emo sad boys.
Oh, I can do that. We might need a whole other episode for that.
Yeah, that would go on way too long.
So I assume that this is unanimous Final Fantasy VII moving on in this matchup.
Yeah, that is not to say though that 8 did some things better. Let's be real here. Like graphically it did some things better. Everything isn't just a walking polygon.
Yeah, for sure.
I think you just have to hand it to 7 because it kind of spawned the Final Fantasy frenzy in the West. The things that it's done, how big it's gotten, you got to give it to 7.
Makes sense. So Final Fantasy VII, the OG, is also making its way into the Final Four. And then this is probably the most interesting matchup in this round, which is Final Fantasy VI and Final Fantasy XIV. So Richard and Wolfkinz, take it away.
this is where things get really complicated. I'll touch on the point that you said Final Fantasy 14 is the ultimate Final Fantasy. Now, I'm just going to make it very apparent. I'm not a big fan of MMOs. I think that having to pay monthly subscription fees is stupid. But you also made it clear that I believe you said you could play through the main campaign and the first DLC without having to spend money. Is that correct?
The first whole expansion.
Oh, the first whole expansion? Okay.
Yeah. That's 60 levels and probably what Solois 150 hours of content.
Yeah, but don't you have a lot of restrictions during that time too?
Stuff with a market board, but not anything that's going to really put you back. I don't even use the market board at max level. So
Yeah.
I think maybe some you might not be able to join certain guilds or something. I don't know, but you can do the entire story. It's like 150 hours for free.
Okay, so that's not bad. But I think my biggest concern with this becomes Final Fantasy, traditionally speaking, is primarily meant to be a single player experience. That is not to say that I'm sure it's a good MMO experience when you're playing with other people, but primarily as a whole, the series is focused on single player experiences. So my big issue with kicking Final Fantasy 14 up to the Final Four is, are we really doing a bracket justice if we are taking something that I would say inherently goes against the main point of the series and pushing it towards that status?
Well, I'll add in on that really quick because I know it's on the tip of your tongue, Wolfkinz, and I know you want to say it, so I want to say
My mouth's open right now.
I know, but in 14's credit on that point, I would be severely hesitant to call it an MMORPG, and I would call it an RPG MMO. And what I mean by that is that Final Fantasy 14 is totally a Final Fantasy game experience first and an MMO second. That entire game you can play by yourself. I never group up with people hardly. Like they said, it's where you can play the dungeons by yourself. This is streamlined story of a just solo campaign experience with that game. Honestly, in the MMO side of things, to its fault, but to Final Fantasy 14's credit, it creates an atmosphere where people who aren't interested in that MMO multiplayer aspect can get in and get a Final Fantasy story they're used to.
Well, and I'll touch on 2 points really quick because they dovetail. So the thing about paying a monthly subscription, what you're paying for there is not only upkeep of the servers, but in the case of Final Fantasy 14, continued and ongoing development. Every 3 months, you get new story content. The story always continues. Whenever there's a major patch, there is more story. And as far as single player, for right now, you can play the majority of this game as a single player game. There are some parts in the original expansion that still require you to group up with dungeons for other people. As the patches are rolling out over the course of the next year, they are retroactively making all of those soloable until within the next couple years, you should be able to plop in this game and play the story without ever talking to another person. And that also is what your money's kind of going towards, is continued development on things like that. So I see what you're saying, but if we had this conversation a year from now, you could play this game all the way through, get every single bit of story without ever touching another person. It's just if you wanted to do in-game MMO content, that's when you need to group up. But a lot of people just play it for the game. Like you don't, all the extra stuff is the MMO stuff. Like Solois said, it is an RPG first and foremost, with a story that is almost unrivaled in Final Fantasy just because it has that benefit of having 10 years worth of buildup. And so that's why another reason I call it the ultimate Final Fantasy. No matter how good these stories are, they're self-contained stories. This story has been going for 10 years. And in Endwalker, you had a culmination of a story that has been slowly building, bringing characters from a decade's worth of storytelling together for one truly epic climax. And you just can't get that in another form or another medium. It's hard to do that with a standalone game, maybe with a trilogy of games or a series. But that's one thing I think 14 really has in its favor.
That being said, though, I will say my honest opinion about it. The story in 14 is really good, but the presentation is not what you would expect from Final Fantasy, because a lot of it is talking to quests getting dumped info and then moving to a next person to get more info.
No, it's very similar to what you said with 13. You'll walk and get a cutscene, walk and get a cutscene.
Yeah,
you do
but in
that
13 you get battles every now and then. Like you can ignore everything in 14 and just go talk to people. So if you're really into just being dumped story on, it's fantastic. I mean, it's great for that. But my problem with 14 is that there's not enough gameplay sprinkled in between with the story, and I get very bored very quickly after an hour and a half of just hearing cutscenes and stories.
And then, the counter to that too, though, because it is such a grand and huge game, while, yes, it is an RPG first, and they do put a very big emphasis on the story, there's a million other things to do if you do want to play with other people, you can group up and do dungeons. If you're trying to avoid other people, you can hang out at the Gold Saucer. I literally would spend hours in the Gold Saucer every night, and you can get mounts and stuff from there. So as a package, I just think Final Fantasy 14 deserves a place in the Final Four. As far as I know, it's the only one that keeps winning awards. It's won Game of the Year. It's won MMO. Maybe not Game of the Year. Maybe, yeah. Did Endwalker win Game of the Year?
No,
it
not
consistently
at the Game Awards,
wins.
anyway.
It consistently wins Best Ongoing MMO. It won RPG of the Year. That's what it won. And there's just, it keeps winning Game of the Year, or it keeps winning awards, and there's reasons for that.
Yeah. So to kind of put a bow on this one, I've not played either of them. So I think I am going to probably abstain from this one. And Solois, I think you're going to have to be the tiebreaker. So which way are you leaning?
Come on, dude.
Everything you said, Wolfkinz, about this deserving a spot in the top 4 is true. It's absolutely true. But it's going up against Final Fantasy VI.
Are you kidding me right now?
If this is the only, I would literally give it to you if it were almost any other game. But when
you haven't played
ask
Endwalker.
somebody, when you ask somebody what their favorite Final Fantasy game is, the answer is either going to be 7, 9, or 6.
Is that why 14 million people are playing Final Fantasy VI right now?
Okay, so this is a classic syndrome of butt hurt from Wolfkinz. He knows the powers out of his. He knows the powers out of his control. So now he's going to resort to name calling.
I didn't call you anything.
Eventually. It's like a 5 stages of grief. Right now we're in denial. But I have to give it to 6.
I just want to say, as someone that doesn't play MMOs, Wolfkinz made a very strong case for it. I'm honest.
He certainly did.
Download.
Absolutely. And I agree with him. Like if this was going up against, anything but those 3 games I listed, I'd put it. I think it deserves it. Honestly, 100%. It is the ultimate Final Fantasy. But when you think ultimate Final Fantasy, I mean, it's celebrating games like 6, and 6 is such an artistic milestone in gaming, let alone Final Fantasy. It is just a beautifully crafted game that changed things beyond the series. Like it changed the way RPGs did things. It's not only influential to Final Fantasy, it's influential to how JRPGs proceeded from there on, because it's just so narratively, it's narratively vast. I'm sorry, Final Fantasy.
I think that we can settle this. I think 6 was the decision. I agree with it. And Wolfkinz, if it's any consolation, top 5 is not a bad landing spot.
I just always made the wrong decision. That's okay. He makes bad decisions a lot, though. It's fine.
Now we're still in denial. No, was this denial? What would you call this? I don't know.
I would like to say real quick, I think this is the first real honest to God true upset we've had so far.
I think so. Yeah. I had 14 winning it. I figured I could argue I figured I could at least argue my way to the final 2. But I didn't think you were going to be
this bracket.
that.
I agree with the way this bracket was seated due to Metacritic scores. I think it should have been like that, which created a lot of unfortunate pairings. Like it's just so unfortunate it goes up against 6 this early.
6 and 7 next. That
6 and 7 is going to be terrible. But
like I was already torn apart with 1 and 6. This is going to be even worse.
It's going to be horrible.
All right. Well, we're in the final 4 though.
We've got 9 and 10 now.
This one's going to be interesting.
The final 4 is going to be a murderer's row. So let's kind of reset. So we have Final Fantasy 9, which is our number 1 seed. We also have Final Fantasy 10, which is our number 5 seed. So that one snuck in there. We have Final Fantasy VII, which is the number 2 seed, and we have Final Fantasy VI, which is the number 3 seed. So the only one outside of the top 4 seeds is Final Fantasy X making its way in there over Final Fantasy XII, which was our big upset in round 1. So yeah, this is going to get tough here between Final Fantasy IX and X. I'll go first as a representative of Final Fantasy X. I think because of all of the things that I said, this is a very strong entry in the series, and it's very much deserving of being in the final 4, in my opinion. But also, knowing the arguments that Solois has consistently made on behalf of Final Fantasy IX, and also just kind of the general, respect that game has in the community, I'm aware of that. I think I would go with 9. It objectively, it seems like it's probably the more deserving of the two, in my opinion.
It just isn't. It just isn't.
So now we're
now
he's
you're
got
making
denial for
you
two
poison
people.
Now everyone's making wrong decisions.
So I'll go ahead and say this. This is tough. It's up against 10. I objectively 100% like 9 better. 10 isn't even on my top 5 list. But 10 has the best presented story of the series. It doesn't have the best story, but the way they present it and the way they do things is so good. Like, thinking back, it makes me just want to sit through and play it just to get the story. But as far as just everything I personally love about games, 9 does it all, and it does it so perfectly. I'm a big fan of lighthearted natures of characters that can just go awry, have dark backstories, have dark meanings, have just bad things happen to them that make that unfamiliarity kick in when they're acting gloomy and sad when they should not. I love that contrast, and I love the way 9 plays. I love the system in it of learning abilities off gear. 9, I can go on. I'm gonna stop talking. You all know everything I think.
You know what it is?
You know my answer.
It's just that Vivi is greater than Kimari.
Yes.
So that's what settled it.
Vivi carries.
I think it's hands down 10. I mean, this wasn't even a question. Once I saw the matchup, I was like 10 all the way. I think 10's better in almost every regard, and I'm not trying to trigger you, Solois. I just do. And it all comes back to the story.
Now we're in the anger phase.
And the ending. No, come on. It comes back to the story and the ending. Final Fantasy IX stumbles so hard at the end. It had the perfect ending teed up, and then just stumbles with a out of left field anime whoopie doop at the end. And it undercuts everything that could have been so great, and that keeps it out of my top 5. Whereas 10 not only sticks the landing, but it punches you in the gut, steals your wallet, and then leaves you crying in the rain. It's just, but in the best way, if that makes sense. 10 is a game that has stuck with me and will continue to stick with me. I think the systems are great. I love the characters. And 10 is my... And I actually like Blitzball too. I know people don't, but...
Oh, good transition, because I know Richard, who is going to have the power in this matchup, you have opinions on Blitzball, don't you, Richard?
I can never tell if it's going to end up being
Blitzball.
Oh, you dislike, because every time you say you have opinions, Richard, I don't know if it's going to end up being good opinions or bad opinions. So I'm always on the edge of my seat.
It's just the kind of guy I am.
So Richard, there's a lot of pressure on you here, but which way are you leaning?
9 or 10? That is a hard decision. Oh man. So I've played 10 more than I've played 9, but I will say that everything I've heard about 9 has always been really positive. And this is also, I think it's important to note that 9 and 10 are the last 2 Final Fantasy games that had the core Final Fantasy team. After 10, a lot of people that have been mainstays of the series left to go do other things. Yes. So 9 and 10 are like the swan songs of these developers, and I think that's why both of them have so much personality. Now, I think, like I said earlier, 9 is more of a swan song to the classic era of Final Fantasy, while 10 ushers in the new era of Final Fantasy. So at the end of the day, personal preference aside, I would have to say, oh Oh my god, this is so much harder than I thought it would be.
Just say it.
No, just say it.
Search your feelings. You know it to be
10.
true.
I have to go with 10.
Ah,
And
perfect. Perfect.
No.
cue the laugh.
Perfect.
Ah, that's
Writing
so-
it down.
Oh my god. Ah.
I'm sorry.
Hey.
I'm sorry. I know this would be an upset, but it's just
That's what you
All
get,
right.
Solois.
Our first
6 over
finalist is
14.
going to be the 5 seed.
Hey, what was
Final
the
Fantasy
first?
10.
What was the first seed again?
The first seed was Final Fantasy 9.
That's all I need. There you go.
That's all you
Wolfkinz.
need from
Let's
that.
go.
Oh, why don't you go check the Rotten Tomatoes while we're at it? All right, let's go. This will be fun. 7 and
All
6
right.
is gonna be fun.
And which is interesting because
Oh,
we have
God.
2 sets of releases that came right after each other in the final
Mhm.
4. So we're looking at 6 and 7 on this other side of the bracket. Take it away, guys.
I would like to start off by saying the debate between 6 and 7 being better has been ongoing since the release of Final Fantasy 7. Like, this has been a very big argument in the Final Fantasy community for a very long time. So it is hard, like, especially considering I had to start off with 1 and 6 and also 7 and whatever else there was. But it is just, oh man. I would like to start off by saying that my personal choice is going to end up being 6. And the reason that I say that is because while we all are in agreement that Final Fantasy VII was really what got the series noticed, I would say noticed in North America, and what really got people interested in the series, I would have to say that Final Fantasy VI was like the proto Final Fantasy VII. There are some story points that end up getting reused in Final Fantasy VII. Most importantly, the point of Kefka being experimented on to be turned into the ultimate soldier and then turned insane and becoming the main bad guy. I mean, that right there, that's Sephiroth with the Genova experiments. And on top of that, I would just say that while Final Fantasy VII has the materia system and all that good stuff, Final Fantasy VI has a much more straightforward battle system. I mean, it becomes a little more complex earlier because you've got the Magikite and you've got the relics. So I would almost argue that Magikite and relics is almost proto-materia. Materia just took the two concepts and just kind of combined them into one thing. So it is just such a hard thing to have to decide, because it's like you're asking me what my favorite type of cheesecake is. It's like all cheesecake is good, just some is better than others. And unfortunately, in this case, I would have to say that 6 is better than 7. But I'm more interested in hearing what you guys have to say, because I will also say that I'm a little bit biased because Final Fantasy VI is my objective favorite.
Yeah, I can see that. I think I would give this one to 7. I think it's kind of going with a cheesecake analogy. I like whipped cream on my cheesecake. Okay, go with me here. It's kind of like, to me, like, yes, all cheesecake is great, but Final Fantasy VII was the first cheesecake that said, let's put some whipped cream on it, because it's the first one that takes that graphical leap. It does so many new things for the technological side, as well as for the reputation of the series as a whole. Because we could sit here going back and forth arguing about which game is better, which game plays better. And as you said, that's been done on the internet for, 20, 30 years now. So to me, it comes down to which one helped propel the series forward more. And I think that just hands down goes to Final Fantasy VII. I think that what it did for a whole as the series, it just, you have to tip it that way, because at the end of the day, which game is better comes down to so subjective. And we're all going to have different opinions on that. And they're so close to being quote unquote masterpieces of the series that I just think that we have to at least acknowledge what Final Fantasy VII brings in the meta argument about, what would Final Fantasy be like today if we didn't have Final Fantasy VII? So that's my vote.
So I'm gonna chime in, because Richard, as you were kind of comparing the two, I think you made a lot of really great points. There are a lot of similarities between the two. I've played a good amount of 7, the PS4 remaster. I've not touched 6 yet. 6 is going to be, now that I've played a Pixel remaster and I've kind of dipped my toe in that water, I imagine I'll probably play 1 next after Stranger of Paradise if that kind of grips me. But then 6 is, next in line for sure, because of just the hype around that one. I'm super excited to play that one eventually. That being said, I do think that the argument that you made, and Wolfkinz did a great job of putting this into words, but you made the comparisons that Final Fantasy VI did a lot of the same things 7 did, and it did them first. However, I think that 7 did fine tune and really just polish those things that you listed. And so, for that, and for, again, the arguments Wolfkinz made about just the legacy and the leap forward, I would go with 7 here.
Solois.
My heart.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, we're already in the grand finals. Like I always knew it would come down between these two. No contest. And these are like 3 and 4 on my list, and it interchanges a lot. Like I love both of these games nearly together. And you're absolutely right about the subjectivity about picking whichever one's better, blah, 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 blah. If I had to do that, I don't know. I think 6 has more replayability, and I think it's more fun of an experience, but it's impossible to deny everything 7 did. It has probably the most iconic moments in any RPG ever, and the most iconic soundtrack of anything, almost.
Yep.
Talking about Eris, like we haven't even mentioned that yet.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, and there's only one game on this list that lets you take a hot tub with Bubba. Okay. So
Okay, with that in mind, I'm picking 6. Never wanted to remember that.
The Honeybee Inn is the greatest thing that ever happened to video games.
If I heard correctly, we've got 2, 6, 2, 7.
No, I don't know about. I was joking. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. It's hard to say because I'm bouncing back and forth because I think 6 is a better game, but I think 7's more important. So which one do I weigh more important personally? But if I'm approaching this like I'm making the list, I have to think about which game. If I were to sit down and play a Final Fantasy game right now, which one would I want to play? I want to play the one that gives me the more liberty of customization, more personalization. And 6 has more characters, has its complex magic system as it does, has its magicite system. I have to go with 6. I love 6. I have to go with 6.
Come on.
All right. And I guess I didn't say it ahead of time, but because it was the last to speak, Solois was the tie-breaking vote.
Hold on now. Oh, does that mean I get tiebreaker in the finale? Because I haven't had it yet either.
No, the finale has to work.
I'm the only one left after
the
Solois.
finale has to work differently. It can't be a 3-1 pick and he picks 10 and it wins. It cannot be like that.
Just tiebreaker.
No.
Just tiebreaker. If it comes
at
down
this
10
point,
to...
Well, we've never actually had that yet to this point where it's been 3-1. I teased that and gave Richard some power, but he wisely did not abuse it. So I think, if it's 3-1, it's 3-1. Otherwise, I mean, if we end up tied in this last one, then I think I'm going to pull the host card and say that I'm the tiebreaker in the final. So we've got 6
I love it.
and 10.
I say we flip a coin for 7 and 6. This is crap.
It's the controversy.
Right.
We got to get the people talking, right?
Oh, Lord.
All right. So
7.
the long-awaited match.
I'm going to have to take my name off of this list. I'm going to have to make a statement. I do not endorse this.
Final Fantasy X, the 5 seed, and Final Fantasy 6, which is the 3 seed. So the top 2 seeds getting knocked off there, and somewhat surprising true March Madness form, I might add, and which is what it's all about, Wolfkinz. So okay, as a representative, I wasn't really expecting 10 to make it this far. I'll be totally, I outright voted against it in the last round. So I think Final Fantasy X is enjoying being in this finals matchup. And I think I love the story of this one. Wolfkinz has talked about, the great ending that it has. and how it really sticks that, which is great. I think that's always a huge plus in any game's win column is being able to stick the landing and really feel rewarding at the end. And 10 does that. So I think 10 is a true contender, and I've not played 6, if I'm being honest. So I'm gonna yield my vote until I hear from you guys as far as where you're leaning with this one.
Well, Solois just put 6 over 7, so I don't expect him to go 10 on this one.
I will say I've played a little bit of 6, I've played a little bit of 10. I kind of quit playing 10 around the time Seymour got introduced. I kind of stopped playing 6 around the time Kefka won. I will say I really, really, really like 10's tech tree. I think that it's got just a bunch of potential. And I would say, gameplay-wise, that 10 has the edge specifically because of that. Because also 4 games later, you've got a little more capability with the system. You've got a little more capability with what you can do with something like that. I always thought that this would be an easier matchup in my mind because I've stand 6 until the end of time, but 10 is also a pretty solid game on its own. And honestly, both of these are kind of swan songs for their retrospective eras.
Yeah.
6 was the last 2D Final Fantasy, and Final Fantasy X was the last Final Fantasy made by that core development team. And so both of these games, I think, have a lot of love put into them. And I think it does come a lot down to personal preference and, in one respect, nostalgia. Because I know some of us grew up with 6, some of us grew up with 10. Some of these games might have been like our first introduction to the series. So based on that, before I make a decision, I want to hear from everyone else.
It's only fair, right?
All right.
It's so hard.
So what I really like about 10, and we've talked about this on Highwind Herald too, because of what you said, it's the last one of that development team. It is kind of a swan song for what Final Fantasy was, and it is an introduction to what Final Fantasy is about to become. And I think that because of the updated graphics scale too from some of the older Final Fantasies, it makes it a fantastic entry point into the series for someone who's never played it. I had a friend actually that was wanting to get it, and I recommended 10, and I said, this is the place to start because it has enough of what's old and enough of a preview of what's new to where you can go in any direction from there. So I think that story-wise, 10 is still one of my favorites. And I like the intimacy of the cast, how well you get to know the characters. I like that because we might not care about graphics, being old school RPG people, but a lot of newer gamers do. And it's an easier sell to get someone to try Final Fantasy X than it is to try anything before like 9, just because of the graphics. So I do like that it acts as a very nice, solid entry point into the series. And I just I give this one to 10. I mean, I'm not trying to be controversial. I just, in my mind, I do think 10 is one of the best. And I have personally gotten people into the series because of 10. So I like it for that too.
Solois, what do you have for us?
There's no universe I'd ever put 10 above 6.
Yeah, we already knew that.
10, I keep hearing 10 as a swan song of past games and ushering into a forward, era of moving on. But 6 is a masterpiece. Like, we don't need to move past that. Like, 10 is ushering into a new age, but that doesn't make it better than a masterpiece of storytelling, of character development, of gameplay. It's just hard to move past that. There's too many problems with 10. 10, it has a great game. Everything it does, great. It does amazing. But you're still not getting past the awkward voice acting. Like we said earlier, the weird controls on when you're not in battle. the characters are not all great. They're really good, but then you have your Kimaris for every, you know.
Yeah, but you've got
Orin,
like
you have
20 throwaway characters in 6 that are like just
well, see, but
optional
that's
side
the well,
characters.
well, that's the thing is like 6's characters. It has its main characters that have its story, but then a lot of those characters at the end are more so like secret weapons almost. They don't add to the story. They're optional completely. Because if you don't have to get even a fraction of those characters to beat the game. Like
Right.
the huge cast is all optional characters. They're just
Yeah.
there for gameplay.
And that's actually a drawback for me. I like my concise, intimate cast where I get to know all the characters. I don't like, useless pixels that I don't really know. That's always
Okay.
been a drawback of 6 for me. It's just because it gets a little too big. That's a personal.
And then-
Useless pixels.
I'm telling Go-Go, that's so mean.
Exactly.
But we're
You
getting
tell
into
Go-Go.
6, and I mean you have the best crafted antagonist probably in gaming history. You have some of the biggest twists, like we talked about, where he actually wins. Some of the most quotable lines from him alone, and this is all one character I'm talking about here, and that's just like the cherry on the icing of the cake of the wedding cake. That is everything that Disdain does amazingly. It is,
But for
there's
every
games- hold on,
line that
I'm
Kefka
not-
has, hold on. Because this is directly related to what you're saying. No matter how many lines Kefka has, it will never be as popular as the Titus laughing meme.
That's not popular for reasons you like it to be, buddy.
But it's popular.
But 6 is just it's hard for me to say. I mean, I like 15 and 9 better, but I think 6 is a better game than 15. I just like 15 better, and 9's already off, so I can't talk about it anymore. But 6 is just it's amazing. It's so hard to put. Not in a million years I thought 10 would make it to the grand finals. I thought it would drop out at top 4. I didn't think this would be even a conversation we're having. I think 10 is a special game. I think it is the most overhyped Final Fantasy game ever.
That's exactly what I feel about 6.
Well,
okay. Richard, with some more arguments being made, has that swayed you one way or the other?
To quote Patrick Starr, it seems we have reached an impasse. I do have to give my vote to 6. My heart lies with 6 in a lot of different ways. And yeah, I have to go with 6.
Don't let me down, host. Don't let me down.
So now I'm in the hot seat. I managed to avoid it to this point, really. This is tough, especially because, as I've acknowledged, I've not played 6. I just kind of know the legacy of it and the arguments that have been made here. I do have personal experience with 10 and that I enjoyed. It's meaningful to me. It's my first Final Fantasy game. They're both pretty twisty. There's full of twists, both these games. And so what I think I am going to settle this on is who did the twist better, based on the arguments that I've heard here. And for that reason,
Let me just say one thing, okay? As you're thinking about twists. In Final Fantasy VI, you fight a god. In Final Fantasy X, you take on your own personal god that you've worshipped your whole life.
That is a good point.
Brother.
That's a good point. So, yeah, with that in mind, the best twist, the game that does the twist better, in my opinion, is Kingdom Hearts 2 is the winner of this.
Oh no!
Okay, but we can agree on that.
All right. So I'm gonna go with 6.
Are you kidding me?
I can't get over the fact that he wins.
Oh my god!
And it's just that is the iconic character.
Poison of Solois.
Villain. Well, and and Richard obviously argued for it very passionately from round 1. So I feel comfortable naming that our champion in this tournament. Wolfkinz is probably never going to come back onto the show.
I'm disowning all of you, including my brother.
That happened long ago. Don't even lie.
But
I hope I at least argued some of these underdogs. Well, I knew I had underdogs going into this, picking 8, both MMOs, and 4.
You made a very good case for 14.
You did, absolutely.
Great case for
14.
I've done my job.
14, I think, showed out in this one. I think 13 with the upset over 12 was a cool one to see. have some new respect, obviously, for all in the Final Four. 4 is one that is now on my radar.
You got to hand it to 10, though. Making it to the championship, 10 really
10,
did
yeah.
well in this one.
Yeah, that was undeserving, but I'm
No.
I'm not
It
here for
wasn't
it.
undeserving.
Absolutely
this was
undeserving.
this was the beautiful.
So
I think we had a great Final Four. We had a great, essentially, top 5 if you also, well, top 6, or no, top 5 if you add in 14. So I'm very comfortable with how this shook out, and it's very interesting.
If we go and post this to a Final Fantasy forum, oh my God, that they will have to lock down. They will have to, be like, guys, the comments are locked. Several mods have left the team.
Yeah.
I mean it. I think we made some very controversial. That's what I will say it. I think we made some very controversial picks, but I think we also made some very good picks.
Honestly, I think the only controversial one was maybe 10 over 9.
Yeah,
But otherwise, you can make legitimate arguments for every other decision we have.
Yeah, 7v6. That debate has raged on for years. So I'm sure that.
Yeah, I still want to recount on that one. If we do this again, I'm just saying.
And hey,
livid.
after the introduction of 16, maybe that presents another opportunity to revisit this format. We'll see later down the line. But we now have our champion. The Waiting in the Sky Final Fantasy March Madness champion is Final Fantasy VI. So Kefka wins again. And guys, I gotta
look what you did. Look what you all did.
I gotta
give him another win.
I gotta thank both Wolfkinz and Solois for joining us. For sure, absolutely. If you are a Final Fantasy fan and you are not following the Highwind Herald podcast, then you're missing out, because these guys obviously have a lot of knowledge, a lot of passion for the series, and it's been a pleasure listening to them. It's been a pleasure having this conversation today. Thank you so much for being here, guys.
Yeah,
thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you a lot. This was a lot of fun. I'm glad we got to do this. Yeah, if you do listen to our show, it's just more of us arguing back and forth. But we're actually not as nice to each other because we're trying to be polite and company here. But this was great. This was a lot of fun. Even when you voted against me, I still had a pretty good time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no. So this was your best behavior. So if that gives
decent taste.
So I think, Richard, I want to thank you as well for joining in this conversation and bringing your perspective. But what did you name yourselves in the last podcast episode? You came up with Highwind something.
The Highwind Himbos.
There you go. Highwind Himbos.
That's a working title.
Set in stone. Highwind Himbos.
So what do you guys got coming up next? And what are you working on? What are you excited about? Obviously, there's some new releases.
Yeah, so next week we're going to be talking about most likely Stranger of Paradise, and I've got some first impressions on Chocobo GP. And we are starting this thing at the end of the month. We're starting a new video series on YouTube called Highwind Hangouts, and that's going to be more gameplay focused. So instead of like a podcast news, we're going to like stream some games, and actually we're looking to get people in the community to play some games with us too. So if you guys are interested, we might be able to find a Final Fantasy game or something we could all play. But yeah, and that's just kind of what we're going to be trying to do. A lot of stuff coming up. We always stay on top of 14 and all the stuff coming with that too. And then Solois, you've got your own streaming content you do that's not specifically Final Fantasy related.
No, my games right now are Elden Ring and Stranger of Paradise. So
Awesome.
I will say, Stranger of Paradise, one thing did catch me, and if you've played the first Final Fantasy, you'll get this. The main character Jack, his full name is Jack Garland.
This is a villain origin story.
Yeah, that right there has potential.
Fishy.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a big selling point for me.
Jack Garland is a sussy baka.
That's true.
And the game so far has been pretty good. I've been liking my time with it. So yeah, we got a lot of stuff. We got a lot of stuff coming down the pipe. So yeah, please, if you want to give us a listen, Highwind Herald, you can find us pretty much anywhere podcasts are, and then we're on Twitter too if you want to look us up there.
Fantastic. And I'll also, we'll include links in the description of this episode. But if you listen to this entire conversation in one sitting, you're an absolute champ. Hopefully a lot of people are taking advantage of our nice little pause break sessions there, because this one got long, but it was amazing. So thank you all again. And we'll definitely catch up with you again later down the line.
Yeah, thank you for having us. This was a lot of fun.
Thank you very much.
So a glimpse into the future of the show. And before we get in the future, actually, let's talk about the past a little bit. So this past Monday, I did a review episode of the Cuphead show. And the idea was to kind of even the score out a little bit because my review episodes have all been movies so far. So want to make sure that I could touch on some TV shows, also some video games as well as we move forward. So this seemed like a good starting point to kind of check both of those boxes. So if you are familiar with the Cuphead game, if you just kind of like cartoons in general, the Cuphead show has a lot of style and a lot of flair, and it was pretty fun. So check out that review and see if maybe it is something that might be worth your time, or if you have seen the show and you just kind of want to get a second opinion, it's definitely great for that too. So go back and listen to that review episode if you haven't already. Unfortunately, there is not going to be a review episode this coming Monday. I am going to be traveling. It's going to make it a little difficult to catch something new and to get it recorded and everything like that. So we're going to have a break this upcoming Monday with no review, but we will be back rolling afterwards. And looking ahead to what's next for the main show, episode 204 is going to be releasing on March 31st. We're going to be talking about Morbius, the Living Vampire, which is the Spider-Man property that Sony has created a movie about and has pushed it back a million times. We were talking about COVID delays earlier in the show, and Morbius is definitely a victim of that. But also Morbius is a victim of the success of Spider-Man No Way Home, where they decided to kind of let that movie ride out its run and make as much money as possible, which makes sense. So they push Morbius one last time into April. So we are going to give a nice deep look into the character and also maybe just the idea of vampires in general. And so I think that'll be a great conversation. Maybe bringing on some friends, maybe a familiar face from the past if you've been listening to all the main episodes so far. So keep an eye out for that. I also think a great topic to talk about in that episode is going to be Grand Theft Auto. So the Grand Theft Auto series, obviously super well known. We've been waiting for Grand Theft Auto 6 for so long. So let's kind of just check in and see where we're at. What's the state of GTA in 2022? There's going to be next gen releases of Grand Theft Auto 5, of course, because it released on the PS3, was then released on the PS4, and then is now going to be available on the PS5, also on other consoles. That's just been my path with them. So we're going to talk about that a little bit as well. So great topics in the next episode of the show. I'm definitely looking forward to it. In order to stay up to date with everything we're doing, I highly recommend checking out our social media presence. We're on everywhere: Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Letterboxd if you're the movie fans. Obviously, if you are listening to this podcast on a podcast app, I'll let you know we are also available on YouTube. No video component, but it just gives you some options. You can find the show at In the Sky Pod. You can find me at TJ Starman on Twitter as well if you'd like to follow me and interact with me there. You are more than welcome to do so. Also, I thanked everyone earlier, but I want to thank everyone again for being a part of this episode. So Richard, if you are looking for someone who is skilled in audio, I don't know how I haven't mentioned this yet, but Richard actually composed the theme music for this show way before he was actually doing the audio editing for me. So super talented. You can check out his work at metatronmusic.net.
And a small editor note here, because I forgot to mention this while we were recording, but all of the Final Fantasy music that you heard today was brought to you by the fine people over at Pixel Mixers. They are a group of musicians that do video game cover albums. I've been involved with a few of their projects, and it's a very solid community of very talented individuals. And you can download all of their free music at pixel-mixers.com. You can get all of their Final Fantasy albums there, along with a plethora of other goodies. And once again, that's pixel-mixers.com, also available on Spotify and other streaming platforms. Now back to TJ for the rest of the scheduled outro.
BrianBrackets, as I mentioned, you can follow him on Twitter and Instagram for all of those future tournaments. Definitely a worthy follow to check out and be part of some great discourse there. And then obviously the guys from Highwind Herald, a Final Fantasy podcast, Wolfkinz and Solois. Definitely follow the show, follow them on Twitter. We're going to have links for everything in the description here. So make sure to check that out and follow these guys because they're doing some amazing things. But that's going to be it for this marathon of an episode. It was so much fun to record all these great conversations, and I hope you had as much fun listening to them as we all had having these conversations. So take care, and we will see you next time.